As an old saying has it, if a man is destined to drown, he will drown even in a spoonful of water. And in the end, the tragedy of our entire existence comes down to a slow drowning into inevitability. And when our lungs are full, we always depart in the same way, with a broken dream and an empty spoon. Empty, just like our souls. My name is Mordred Foley, and what I'm about to tell is one of those stories that will keep you awake.
There's like probably things to say about that intro. I've never really gone into it much, but I mean, what I'm getting from it is that he wants to be spoon-fed souls. That is the inevitable ending of our Detective Foley. But like, it is really abstract that, like the empty spoons. So he's probably meaning that they've just swallowed all of those inevitabilities and their hopes and dreams that they've swallowed down, and that they are departing with an empty soul means that they have not reached what they were looking for in life. That all of those deaths were cruel, mean, unjustified. Something like that. I mean, the edge is there right from the beginning. Sorry, I don't have a hand free so that I can change the scene. I thought what I would be doing was making myself a protein shake. Although I don't have a shaker, so I'm using a spoon. And that spoon of inevitably adding too much protein powder to the water. Well, and that is what I actually have to deal with now. It's not clumping at least, but yeah, it's way too much. I have to stir this for way longer than I expected. And it is, throwing way more bubbles than I expected. And I do have to say, yeah, protein powder is just like you're blowing up. That bloating effect from protein powder shakes, that is real. So normally I want to get those out before I actually drink them. But like, as you can then probably see, like this is just it's just all bubbles. So yeah, I'll need a moment till I have that sorted out. I mean, I guess I could just let it sit around for a bit and it will integrate itself eventually. I mean, let's do that. Sure, why not? I also don't have anything else to drink here, so I can't take a sip from anything else. I would have really liked to start drinking that at some point. Okay, so now we have 2 Foley investigations. Why is the upper one, the autosave, coming in before that? Actually, you know what? Before this throws out the Smith's house again, I'm actually gonna go with the autosave one. Because I don't want, because last time it erased one of my save files, or it overwrote them. So I just want to be sure, because like I said yesterday, that decision from the second act, I do want to know if something actually changes. Also, does the bug still exist? Yeah. So Luna, if you're here, there's a bug in this where some of the objects are not registered correctly, and I thought it was because like I streamed for like 5 hours yesterday. No, it's not like a Stack Overflow thing. It's just in there that in this scene, some of the objects have been wrongly assigned to your investigation play. So yeah, Hera had this curtain installed when she started playing her piano in the office. She said I was making her feel uncomfortable. It's still here. Hera's filing cabinet, neat and tidy, unlike mine. That's a tight filing cabinet. My trusty drawer, where I hide most treasure things. Yeah. Well. Hera's favorite flowers. She's kind of obsessed with them. Years ago, we used to spend hours looking out of these windows, standing on a chair, trying to figure out the personality of each passerby. Such light-hearted moments while we still enjoyed our job. You enjoyed your job when you were standing in front of a window for hours because there was just no client, no work, just starving. And yeah, around here, this is almost fine, apart from Hera's shadow. Hera's shadow, this represents exactly the current state of our relationship. Dang, girl, you gotta lose some weight. Okay. Oh, I already have the island. Nice. Neat. So the Leon Bassett one is just see, okay. Leon Bassett was our old friend, or at least police officer, with also honor and patriotism, which I have no idea what it really means to be patriotic in Nova Polemos, since, I mean, they are hardcore racists. We deducted that yesterday from, okay, so like if this city has been built up by like literally as just a city in Europe that just declared its complete independence from any outside system and is just treating everything like North Korea. So there's no one coming in, no one going out without direct ties to the government that is, giving you a permit for it. There's some minor ways of immigration, but from what I take it, it is literally just because they cut out a part of like Europe and just declared it an independent city now, or two independent cities. And yeah, I guess there's just people who have ties to like family and whatnot. And so people would go there because, yeah, it's a prosperous place with, flourishing, like it's a technocracy with flourishing possibilities, for high earning jobs, high living standards, blah, blah. Apparently that is not the case because the immigrants are treated like shit and just outright basically you're all terrorists. Go back where you came from. And that's also what Baker's party, which in the beginning Mordred is not particularly judgmental of it. We helped Baker to win the presidency, and he's a conservative. But the agenda of the Black Bands was of his party was that they wanted to be stricter on immigration and on the immigrants and especially then low income, low job. Low wage job people that they judged as not patriotic enough. So I don't know. This is a file from 6 years ago. Maybe 6 years ago in Nova Polemos, patriotism had a different meaning, but I would say he can easily be influenced, and this is why he never got a higher rank. Because of his radical ideas about honor and patriotism. He must be a hardcore racist, right? But whatever. It's fine. I'm not judging. It's just an old friend. You know, that old friend from middle school that you're meeting again after like 8, 12, 15 years of graduating, and they are just telling you like or basically you already see it on the social media where you're still following each other, that they are posting now, you know, stuff from that racist party in your country about how it's all the other people's fault, and oh, the government is so shit, we have to do something now, and blah. You know, something like that. That is the person I'm expecting to meet now. But it's fine. It's actually fine. Adding too much of protein powder, turns out, just makes it sweeter. I have actually plain vanilla flavor, because like there's, you know, cookie dough flavor, there's like you know, buttercream flavor, like, no, I have no idea, but like there's really complex flavors of sweet stuff, like, you know, cheesecake flavor. So I take plain vanilla, but it is still very sweet, which I'm wondering why. How is my protein powder sweet? Should it be that? Is it the protein itself? I don't really believe that, but no, like there is sweetener in it, like acesulfam, sucralose, but yeah, I mean, I guess it is 100 times more sweet than sugar. So in the protein form, or like in the powdered form, I guess, like, since you're adding about like 30 grams of protein powder, anyways, he closely followed Pandora's case, collaborating with the police and intelligence. Okay, and he's mad at us because you know, in our case, it turned out that we faked evidence, so we are not a good citizen in his mind, I would think. So now we are meeting up at Senior Home Island, which, again, really weird, but okay. I can somewhat see that. Yeah, for this utopian dystopia, a huge building is located in Nova Polymas' District 6 and was initially intended as a way to rezone the area, which I have been pondering about. What does rezone mean in that context? Like, did they just yeah, this is ours now. Due to the increasing number of elders who are failing the Patterson test, which I still don't know what actually the Patterson test is, but I'm guessing the Patterson test would be also, I mean, we know that there's like tie-ins with the racism, so how patriotic are you is also in the Patterson test, how good of a citizen you are. You know, with the Be a Good Citizen app, which, again, really weird concept, but basically in itself just napped from China, so that's fine. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what actually the Patterson test is testing. So the area was turned into an accommodation center, counting more than 2,000 residents. Access is not allowed to the public. 2,000 residents is also relatively low, I feel. Given that Nova Polymos, like just Nova Polymos itself, which for some reason we don't have in here anymore, even though we had it all the time beforehand, is like 1 million people, and the Nova Polymos B is like 6 million people, so 2,000 is relatively low, I feel. Access is not allowed to the public. So with those seniors, mostly, that failed the Patterson test, it's basically like a prison. And the guest must provide public utility. So guests is then the elders who are now accommodated there, probably because they can't get any more like any other residency anywhere else in the city. When you have too low of a Patterson score, that you can't rent any place in the city. That could very well be. We already have that. Here's your credit score line. Well, unfortunately, that is too low for me to rent this to you. Yep, no apartment for you, no job for you here. So what do? You're jobless, you're homeless. So I guess, yeah, this is the humane way that politicians could sell something like, oh yeah, you want them off the street and you want them to get a job and work for the good of the public. Yeah, well, here, provide public utility service for residency, but actually it's basically just a prison that those people who failed the Patterson test have been forced into. Which, I mean, that is bleak. In exchange for accommodation and are constantly monitored by staff. After a crime occurred a few years ago, most of the facilities have been equipped with modern security systems. Unfortunately, at some point, it does become relatively clean, so you can't get any more air out of this, but you know it is in there. We're here, finally. I hope what he has to say is worth a 2 hours drive. I actually didn't do any voices yesterday. I realized it afterwards. Because I mean, we played so much TFT beforehand, so it was just a short stream, but this place has changed so much in the last 2 years. Has it now? Is it? Also, there's a Mussolini statue. I mean, after what happened a few years ago, renovating the area was the least they could do. I didn't expect to see you until your funeral. Long time no see, old friend. Leon, it's you. Hell, look at you. You're in terrible shape, dude. I mean, those people, they just basically have a beard now and look better than beforehand, in my opinion. Oh, we don't have that in here. Oh, okay. They basically look better than than they did beforehand when we had the retrospective of 6 years ago, and they had like, oh, I'm in terrible shape. I'm looking horrible. Oh no, I'm so old. You're looking like a ghost. It's all your fault if I'm in this state, you sick bastard. Please, it's our fault. Let me remind you that you accepted when I proposed to. Stop it already. We have suffered long enough because of that, so please. The Bassett case. Leon Bassett is a member of Nova Polimas PD. I thought he was a member of it. Homer said he closely followed the Pandora. Okay, so it doesn't actually say. It was just he followed the Pandora case, collaborating with the police and intelligence and us. Alright, let's get to the point then. Why did you bring us here? Because I wanted to talk to you, away from prying ears. And because I need your help with something that's going on here on the island. You said it was about Pandora, though. Indeed. The two go together. Great. You have my attention then. Start explaining. I mean, it's two grizzly men with beards. How different would they sound? Also, I do want to investigate, because we have so far investigated just everything. So I might just as well not stop here. Okay. A memorial dedicated to the refugee. Although this will just get me again to get the double namings. So it will just again result in me finding stuff out later on in the conversations that basically go like, no, I know that I've seen that already. I've already found it out. A memorial dedicated to the refugees who got killed by border patrols during the years of the Great Immigration. Oh no, the Great Immigration. A column dedicated to the founding fathers of Nova Polemos, which were... this intimidating statue seems to be a reminder of how the park visitors are under constant surveillance. So this is basically just, what, a Nazi symbol? The sky, it is dark. There's only a few birds left in Nova Polemos, mainly due to the high pollution and lack of places where building a nest. I mean, they can't build a nest right in the sky, so you know that, Foley. You know that. Right? A small case storing some dossier about the history of Nova Polemos. What? Okay. I'm not quite sure I follow, but yeah, sure. So nothing interesting. Let's start with the old grudges, which we have just said. Oh no, let's have that past us. I would like to make this quite clear. I'm still holding a grudge against you, and I'm not going to forgive you anytime soon. Like I give a flying fuck. I'm here for the information you promised, that's all. Are you really going to fight again? Damn it, you're so childish. 2 innocent people died. My work and personal life has been hell in the last 6 years, and all because I listened to you. If I hadn't submitted that evidence, this would have never happened. Yeah, see, like... Do they really look worse now? They were just baby-faced beforehand. You knew there was no other way to frame them, and even you thought they were guilty. Only because you messed with my head. Also, weren't they guilty? I mean, we just faked evidence. But we basically are still of the opinion that they were guilty. Still not quite sure. Okay. But I mean, I guess he's like honor and patriotism, so I guess maybe he was just convinced that they were guilty by him, and so he faked the evidence. And when it then was revoked after him, like afterwards, that they couldn't be proven guilty with that evidence, and that Foley was then rightfully so reprimanded for this. Basically, he just thought he had been manipulated about it. That it then was not okay anymore because, well, he has to follow the justice system as strictly as possible. Aren't we supposed to talk about more important things? Or are you guys going to punch each other in the middle of the street? Believe me, I'd love to. Unfortunately, I'm still a police officer. Oh, please accept my apologies then, Mr. Policeman. Now let's move on. As Hera said, this district has changed a lot. There were abandoned factories and public housing only, up until 7 years ago. Now, the area has been completely renovated, and they built a gigantic square around the open-air concentration camp. Open-air concentration camp, so it literally calls it that. They call the island. Can you believe it? This is the only location on the outskirts of Nova Polemos that doesn't smell like piss, and they filled it with a bunch of old and useless people to slave away. Are you for or against that? I can't tell. Concentration camp? What do you mean? Don't you know? People here were forced to leave their houses, and now they're living in huts until they kick the bucket. Yeah, that is what I thought. So, I mean, that is nice. At least it makes sense to me. That is dystopian. And relatively closely tied to what we are already doing, basically, under the guise of free markets, where actually it is just a monopoly of how secure can my investion be, how safely will I get my money back, who do I judge worthy of paying me back, or of paying me back as timely as possible. And everyone else, well, I guess they can find something somewhere else, and if they then, like, it's not my problem anymore. That's the free capitalistic system behind it, and if they then don't find anything from anyone because everyone says that, then yeah, the state has to come in, and since it is a problem that you want to get rid of, well, you can accept some uncomfortable solutions. As long as it's just uncomfortable for your conscience, not uncomfortable for your life as it is for them. Because, well, they are the others, and this is capitalism, so not my problem. In the meantime, like, they had all the chances. In the meantime, they have no choice but to work without getting paid, in exchange for room and board provided by the government. Wait, I might be wrong, but from what I know, this island is merely a shelter for homeless or jobless old people. That was before the accident. Then something changed and the owners suddenly realized this place wasn't profitable enough. Wow, we are doing it for profit as well. That's nice. I mean, basically, like prisons. Here is the prison services that you should follow if you want a reduced sentence, and it's basically slave work, like in America, but also in basically every other country here, even Germany, where you're earning like, you know, $5 an hour, but create goods with much more value. I made a mess here. Well, luckily just a small mess, but still. Okay. No problem whatsoever. Just give me a moment. Okay. All cleaned up. There we go. Okay, now it is drinkable. Hey guys, it was very much too sweet beforehand. And too thick. Although there's never really too thick for me. I just want to clarify that. So over by the government. So now all properties owned by those old people who failed the Patterson test are taken over by the government. Amazing, isn't it? And we did not know about that as a damn, we are shit. And people let all of this happen right under their noses. Yeah, maybe a bit of self-reflection would be nice, detective. You should know by now that our citizens are only looking out for those four walls they all call home. They wouldn't lift a finger unless it involved them personally, and we are talking about old and senile people, so they are a bother anyway. Yeah, like I said, that is basically what I described, so gotta give it to the game. I do like the setting sometimes. Why would they even bother to renovate? Although, like, why do you not know about it? But okay. Why would they even bother to renovate this place then? Because appearances is all that matters, Foley. Despite being a burden now, they have contributed to build this country. The island is the ideal place to let them slowly rot, because it's far away and no one can get in without permission. Which, yeah, that is the thing. It's old and senile people, yes, but wow. In the future, I guess you just don't see your family anymore. You just go like, yeah, Whatever. Also, this way the facility would look good in the TV news reports, reassuring citizens. And here you go, the masterpiece is ready. This is a slaughterhouse made of gold, or rather, an appetizing sweet that tastes like shit. And they even dare to print flyers. I can't, unfortunately. An advertising flyer about the services of the island, emphasizing how the elder would be able to live in harmony while staying socially active. The voice of evidence is deaf to the ears of propaganda. You said you had news about Pandora. Spit it out. 3 days ago, when I got home from work, I found this piece of paper under my door. Do these numbers mean anything to you? Huh. What kind of note is that? Wait a minute. September 26, 9:30 p.m. So that is why we saw the retrospective. If I remember correctly, that is the date when Pandora killed that guy on the island. Exactly. Today is the 6th anniversary of his death. Or rather, it would be in just over 1 hour. A piece of paper where you can read September 26, 9:30 p.m. The island. Written with pieces of newspaper and total lack of imagination. The final bell rings for everyone, yet for some of them does it twice. Also, again, why don't we have the other picture of the other case? That was the farm case, right? Good thing that we have old save files, but I'm not gonna look at them right now. Yeah, I know. I'm guessing. Yet for some it does twice. That has a meaning. So we are supposed to die twice? Isn't that referring to us? Are you beginning to see why I called you here? This is some twisted joke, right? I doubt this is just a stupid prank by some idiot. There's no public precise information on that murder, let alone the exact time. Wouldn't the time really be like one of the things that you actually do write in a paper or in a police report for the public? So, who wrote it? Oh, so who wrote it? Don't tell me. Yes, Pandora himself. Hold on, since when does Pandora announce his next moves? Is this some kind of perverted masochism? How do you figure that? Well, I think nothing is going to happen. What I learned from this note, though, is something else. Pandora's following us, and he seems to be taking an interest in us, now more than ever. From that one piece. So I wanted to ask you, would you be willing to come with me on the island to wait for the time indicated on the note? So he is the, past sidekick that gets introduced in Act 3 who doesn't make it to Act 4 because there is none, but also because he's getting shot. Yeah. Yeah, that would be hella cliche, man. As I said, maybe nothing will happen, but in the meantime, you could tell me about Varietian or the Hephaestus case. Are you asking us to share information we have collected on Pandora? Well, yes, exactly. I know there's bad blood between us, but at this point we are forced to work together. At this point, has anything happened yet? I mean... Okay. Still, I'm not... I would like to get explained to what the Hephaestus case had anything to do with Pandora, because everything that was going on there was literally just basically Dean admitted that he faked evidence of Pandora, or of this being a Pandora case, and he did so badly, and that is how we even hooked or got our hook into the case, to know that it was not about Pandora. So why is the game constantly going like, this is a Pandora case? It was 100% confirmed not to be. I know there's bad blood between them, they're forced to work together. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? That is not something you would say. So what's your answer? Again, character inconsistencies left and right. What do you think, Mordred? I guess Leon is right. As much as I hate to admit it, we need him. But it's risky to share too much, given how much he still despises us. What should I do? What exactly would it do? I mean, there's no relevance in us telling him every fault, every mistake that we made, or like everything that we did that was not, you know, legally just. That you know, we operated with some illegality in some cases, like, you know, investigating crime scenes that were not open to the public. You know, also keeping silent about certain evidence that we should have presented to the police and such. But we can just keep that out of the story and just go like, okay, this is how it was. So what does it hurt to tell him the truth? And this is not even... Maybe you're right. It's useless to fight each other now. I'll tell you what we found. Also, is he talking with me? Is he talking with Hera? Is he... Wait, is he talking with me? Maybe you're right. He's just talking with himself inside his own brain. I mean, if I'm not his brain, I do fear for Foley, so yeah, good. I'm glad we have come to an agreement. Where shall we begin? I never pictured that it would be this bad. Now I see why no one wanted to talk about Detective Goldsoul, nor about what happened at Hephaestus. Those bloody bastards did everything they could to keep me out. Okay. What the hell? Didn't we actually hear that same exact scream when the bombs blew up that Eugene apparently planted? It came from the island. I thought we were on the island. Who are you? I'm the murder victim. This is the police. Let us through and don't let anybody out. Damn it, we are too late. We must inform my colleagues and close up the entrance. I won't let that bastard go this time. Stay here, Mordred, and see what we can find out. What you can find out. I'll make sure to close the gates. This scene is the same from 6 years ago. Go on, Hera. I'll handle this. I'll fetch the police. My god, Hera, you need to stop running away from every time we have a case. And then when we don't have a case, go like, no, I want to be involved in the case. How far can your sadism go? Okay, so like I do acknowledge he has the same pose. No, wait, what? Pandora. Yes, but this time he won't get away. This hellhole has only one entrance and all exits are recorded. The murder happened at 8:30 p.m. and no one... Wait, I thought 9... Wait, what? Wait, what? Where? What? Why? Who? Huh? Where are we now? I thought it specifically said 9:30 p.m. And not that this game doesn't make mistakes, but... No one left the building. He fell into his own trap. How could a meticulous killer like him make such a huge mistake? Whatever the reason, we'd better start investigating. You might want to know more about the dynamics of the case first, don't you think? Sorry, I'm just a detective for 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to share the information with us? How could I say no to a smile like that? What would I do without you? Not yours, before I forget. We wanted to thank you for letting us through without filing in all those useless files. Filling in those useless files. Just doing my duty. And we promised to take him down together, didn't we? While in the past you won't be able to use evidence from the future, you will find clues that might be helpful for the current case. All information will be collected in documents. You can read them at any moment, both in the present and the past. Okay. What do you know about the victim? His name is Terry Oath, son of Maximilian, the founder and director of the island. Terry Oath, 29. Ooh, those are some... Hey Luna, welcome back. Those are some sick sideburns, dude. That is happening in where are we right now? I thought 6 years ago, so it should be 2060, right? Just like his father, Terry was impulsive and extremely condescending. Mors tua vita mea. Mors tua vita mea. Wie du mir, so ich dir? Nee, Leben zu sterben? Nee. No, I'm not gonna search for it. I don't care. It's not important. It's definitely not important, no matter what you say. He always claimed to be a Black Bands militant, which made his attitude toward his subordinates even more rigid. Terry was Maximilian Oath's firstborn. After studying private law, he was appointed as coordinator of the whole island, provoking allegations of nepotism against his father. Terry has managed to budget the budget of the island for a very long time. Terry Oath. Doesn't he remind you of someone? What? Pandora killed such an influential figure. What's wrong with him? We know for sure that Terry was not popular here, but no one thought that Pandora would take action himself. What do you mean? Did he have any enemies? Literally everyone. I don't have enough information about this. Ask around when you get the chance. What's certain is that his father has gone insane after that. I wouldn't trade places with those wretches living here after we solve the case. You think there's a chance that we might talk to him? He could tell us more about what happened. Probably, but let me tell you, it won't be much of a pleasant chat. As always. Is the situation here really under control? Are you sure no one left after the murder? As I said, each entry and exit is recorded, and when the alarm went off, the doors were immediately shut. The place is like a fortified maze. The walls here are so high that it's just impossible to escape. Yeah, just build higher walls, those just work. And we are completely sure that every guest and worker who was here last night is still locked up inside. I can only imagine the pressure these poor old people are subject to. I hope we get things sorted out quickly. They are here because they don't have a place to live after all. We've got our own problem to deal with right now. There's no point worrying about something that is not our concern. True. Let's get to the point. What did you find out about the dynamics of the murder? The victim jumped through the window from the 5th floor of the main building, falling into the pond in the middle of the square. But we have already established that this was not the cause of the death. What then? Before being thrown out the window, his throat was slit. Yeah, I can see that. While his eyes and mouth were filled with hot wax. That's not all. The victim had angel wings on his back. One of the props of the island's theater. Angel wings, props. What are they doing here? From what I've heard, sometimes they organize plays as a recreational activity for the guests, and the rehearsal room is right there on the 5th floor. So he was thrown from there. Exactly. Wings, wax, and a fall from great height. There's no doubt, it's the Icarus case. Pandora created his sick version of the myth of Icarus. Well, that's also very on the nose, right? Icarus was the son of the master inventor Daedalus. After building a majestic labyrinth in which he locked up a brutal minotaur, Daedalus was condemned by Minos, king of Crete, and imprisoned along with his son inside his own creation. I thought he was locked into a tower. Again, mythological inaccuracies. Son inside his tower creation. So that no one could ever discover the secret of the mythological beast. In an attempt to escape, Daedalus collected some feathers and glued them with wax to his son's body so that he could fly. It was working fine, but swept by the excitement, Icarus flew too close to the sun, the wax suddenly melted, and he fell to his death. I mean, so Daedalus would be then in this... I'm never quite sure how much parallels there are with the myth, how closely this is, because, again, in the second case, this has not been reflective at all, because it was not a Pandora case. But yeah, like, I have no idea who King Minos is. But Daedalus would be then his father, of Basset. And he was an influential politician. Maximilian O's firstborn, after starting brother, appointed coordinator of the provoking allegation of nepotism against his father. Like, I don't know what the position of his father was. But yeah, he came after his father, and he wanted too much, flew too close to the sun, so he probably, with the Black Bands, he wanted to build out the island as what it then became through his murder? Or did he actually want a position from his father? And that means he flew too close to the sun? How did he manage to kill him without anyone noticing? I have no idea yet. Maybe we can find out more by investigating the crime scene or the rehearsal room. Can you get us in, Leon? I need some time. I'll do my best. Well, at least now we have a lead to follow up. Very well. We can start by taking a look around. Alright, I'll be here in case you need anything. Try not to be reckless, okay? Sure, thank you. Come on, Mordred. Oh. Due to the fall, lots of feathers are scattered around the crime scene. Okay. I don't see a feather, quite frankly. A display case with some information about the structure, its foundation, and the development over time. At the bottom you can see the names of some important guests that had and their motto. Oh, they had and their motto. Here the sun never goes down. This is supposed to be Maximilian Oath, the founder and director of this deadly maze. Oh, okay, so the whole island is a maze, okay. And he is the director and founder. Okay, so he wanted the position, but didn't he already lead it then? The statue represents him giving a needy old man a sort of sun, which is the symbol of the island. Pandora did find a way to represent even the sun. Yeah, and the maze, which I'm even more impressed by. This is so grotesque, even more than the statue itself. A small pond to make this place look less like a gloomy labyrinth, I guess. Here are the wings that Leon was talking about, although they are in pretty bad shape after all. Does this look like a good time to make such comments? Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? The victim's hand... I actually first thought this was a second head that was facing down and that there were two people sewn together, because I literally saw that yesterday with the Purpurn and Flisse, what it is, the Carmesin rivers, what is the translation? Fuck. The victim's hands and arms have no wounds or bruises, so either he didn't notice the assassin or he didn't try to defend himself. Just like Leon said, the victim's face was disfigured with wax, poured into both his eyes and his mouth. So they were taken out? The throat was cut clean and cruel, typical of him. I mean, clean-cut throat doesn't sound too cruel. In fact, the murder itself... I mean, it depends on which way around you want to go. If he took the eyes out first and then poured wax in, then yeah. But if he cut the throat first, the murder itself wasn't even so... Probably, right? The victim's right shoulder is full of cuts and shards of glass all over the skin. What is this supposed to mean? That he was thrown through a window? Great, now it's time to interrogate some witnesses. Any suspects yet? Oh, you bet. Okay. Thinking back to those moments makes me sick. I don't have time to waste. I must investigate before the police arrive. The island's crime scene, year 2060. The victim's body was thrown from the 5th floor, the main building, and fell into the artificial pond below. There are wounds and glass shards on the victim's shoulder. He's wearing angel wings, typically used for theater costume around the scene. The victim's throat was cut, both his eyes and mouth were filled with wax. The murder happened 9:30. Wait, so what was it about 8:30 now? This grotesque statue is still symbolizing the egotism of that. Wait a minute. There's a big dent on its head. I wonder why. The face of the statue representing the founder of the island is covered in dents, probably inflicted by a blunt object. All kings are destined to suffer. The sky is looking further away than usual. Okay. Okay, Mr. Foley. Thank goodness that wretch didn't fall over one of those things. Jesus Christ. Once again, feathers are all around the crime scene. They are arranged in a different way this time though. Well, I mean, I don't know if you can really think of arranged. The display case is covered in blood. Maybe the victim hit its head against it when he landed on the ground. Does it look like that? But he did try to fight, right? Wait, what are those burns? Both his thumbs suffered severe burns. How could this happen? Whatever the reason, Pandora was definitely in a rush this time. How do you figure? Both the victim's thumbs are covered in wax and are severely burned, just like his face. Nothing burns like pride. Look what are those wounds on his arms? The cuts are quite deep. Who are you telling look? Is he telling me? Is he Pandora's not there, Leon is not there, nobody's there, just look. What are those wounds on his arms? The cuts are quite deep and there are a lot of shards of glass. There are several cuts and glass shards on both the victim's arms coming from the broken window. No sign of stab wounds on the rest of the body. Maybe this will help us break down what happened. Just like 6 years ago, the victim has wax all over his face, all over his eyes. However, his throat looks untouched and the wax on his mouth is most likely dripped from his eyes. Maybe Pandora didn't have time to slit his throat and was forced to change his plans. Wait, didn't have time to slit the throat? Okay. Hot wax was poured into the victim's eyes and it burned his cheeks and mouth. Since death was caused by the fall, the victim was certainly still alive when the wax was being poured. Okay, so that makes it more cruel. Okay. I do see. What are you? A shoe? What's it doing in a bush? Probably the victim lost it during the fall and landed here. I'd better take it with me as evidence. Cinderella's right shoe. This shoe has been found in a bush at the crime scene. It looks like a safety shoe size 43. The tiniest detail hides the most sinister of intentions. Not quite sure I understand. The island timetable. This might come in handy. 8 AM wake up call. 8:10 medical examination. So like an Uyghurs entertainment camp. Daily tasks assignment at 8:30. Lunch break at 12. 3 PM recreational activities. 7 PM dinner and 8:30 curfew. A security camera pointing at the crime scene. I'm not sure it will help us, but it might still be useful. You are still in 2066, you are still using the just normal cameras. Unlike 60 years ago, during the first investigation, today there are many cameras on the island, showing a drastic increase in security measures. Angel wings, identical to those used in the past, broken into pieces after the fall once again. They are identical? These medium-sized wings are used as a stage costume were tied to the victim's back. After they crashed, its feathers spread around the crime scene. Discreet wings broken by burning ambitions. Huh, I have seen enough. Our friend will be here any second. Mordred, the police are here. Good, let's move on. Relax, the sun will shine tomorrow. Don't go out, the rain will soak you wet. What? Please stay calm, we are carrying out some checks to ensure your safety. You can go back to your rooms very soon. However, keep in mind that leaving this building is forbidden. I see the police started to take care of the guests of the island. Oh, Mordred, finally I found you. Wait, what do you mean, finally you found me? You were literally there where I moved. I was worried they had turned the screws on you for sticking your nose into the crime scene. We're good for now. Thank God. Tell me, what did you find here? Much more than I expected. What? So the murder is not identical to the one we investigated? Quite the contrary. I think the discrepancies will allow us to catch that piece of shit. Have you already spoken to Leon? No, he's probably too busy explaining why we are here on the island. You can't keep me here. You have no right. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Who is that lunatic? What's all the screaming? Huh? No. Maximilian. Hatred is just a degeneration of loneliness. Huh. After the loss of his son, Maximilian fell into a deep depression worsened by a stressful job as director. Wait a minute. His son was provoking allegations of nepotism against his father. Why would the father, who is also a piece of shit, impulsive and extremely condescending, how would he be like, oh no, my son? He's like the last person you would expect this from the psychological profile. Worsened by a stressful job as director. Oath family owns a small business in Nova Polimus specialized in renewable energy. After attending the law school, he started working for the government and eventually appointed as director of the Project Island. Ah, and who are you? You don't look like residents of this island. Are you reporters who came sniffing around? Did you really forget about us? And to think that we were like your best friends a few years ago. Did our faces age that much? Don't tell me. You're those detectives, Mulgred and Hera. Mulgred? Ah, yeah, that's us. How did you get in? Security! Someone throw them out immediately. Calm down already. We are here to solve this mess, and I believe that it is in your interest to get everything back to normal. What are you even talking about? The situation is perfectly under control. This is one of the most renowned places in the whole city. It takes much more to affect its integrity and reputation. So you can forget about wandering around here. You're not the police and I don't trust you at all. Did we fuck up his case the last time? Because Pandora is still running free? Is that why? Because yeah, I don't understand why Mordred would actually think if we fucked up an important case like that for the father, that he would now be like, oh hey, you're here, oh still best friends. No, he would be like, yeah, you pieces of shit, get off my property. I'm afraid we won't be able to get anything out of him. You should remember what kind of person he is. Maximilian is lying, and this time I don't need the mask to realize that. But I won't convince him to help if I don't get it personal. And in order to do that, I need to dive in the past, the day this man's life fell apart. What life fell apart? He is literally the same person as he was before, and he literally has the same exact job. He is still the same condescending prick. He has... what? From now on, by using the souvenir picture in your inventory, you'll go back to the past and experience first-hand Harris and Mordred's memories. This way, you'll find new information and learn about the case from 6 years ago. I mean, that's nice. Use the picture again to get back to the present. Remember, you won't be able to use the evidence collected in the future during the investigations in the past. Well, this might take longer than I expected after all. So, the main suspects are those two guys. Yes, Robert Harrington and Jennifer Kingston. Apparently they had a grudge against the victim due to something that happened a few years ago. Oh. Okay, so okay, that was... okay. Okay. I get it now. Okay. So it literally is the case. That makes more sense. I did not actually think it was the Pandora case with those two as like... because none of this has been mentioned beforehand. So I did not think it was the case. Especially because of the time fuck-ups. It seems they are pretty famous actors here in Novopolemos. Cheerful and spontaneous, Jennifer has always been able to adapt to every situation and was clearly dearly loved by friends and colleagues. Her personality allowed her to easily find a job and then move up quickly. Jennifer was condemned to the electric chair for Terry O's murder and executed with her accomplice. She was a rising star in Novopolemos' acting scene, and she was particularly appreciated for her comic roles. Comic roles? Wait, wouldn't it be comedic roles? The devil is in the details. But like I said, we do believe them guilty still. Just not that they were Pandora. Right? I mean, that was what I took out of our investigation beforehand. Why do you have to add this one after one? Just give me both of them. Robert is a self-centered and arrogant man trying to hide behind false modesty. God's touch is never a caress. While she is 28 and he is 52, before being condemned to the electric chair for Terry O's murder, he was one of the most renowned dramatic actors in the theater scene of Novopolemos. Although he never achieved true fame, he had a small flock of admirers. Even now, some nostalgics used to bring flowers to his grave. What are two actors? Hey, Perfect! How are you doing? I saw you, Perfect. You followed me like 10 days ago or something like that, when I wasn't even streaming, right? I was very confused about that because I normally don't. So wait, where did? So I guess I was in another channel. Oh, I visited your stream one day. Well, this is embarrassing, but what were you playing? Vampires the Masquerade Bloodlines. You have no idea how little that narrows it down. Because I am watching way too many of those, because it's just my favorite game. So But I mean, like 10 days ago or like 2 weeks ago. I should still know that. Good thing that we are already in a. I was in the sewers and getting lost in the sewers. Okay, that. That also makes sense. Oh, I remember now. Yes, you were. Yes. I do remember now. Okay. Yeah. It was a first playthrough, in that shitty room with the pump system, that we totally solved by brute force smashing our head against it. Yeah. No, that I also tell too. when I see first time playthroughs running through the sewers. Yeah. Because everyone hates the sewers, and like, I mean, I do too to some degree. But yeah, no, there's an actual joke about this, that the sewers basically, before the shortcuts and before they made the changes in the updates, that it basically you could just time 3 hours and that would be how long the sewers took, which was just 3 hours too much, most people said. But I mean, you can still, if you know what you're doing, you basically then also speedrun it. And then you're being chased by 10,000 buggy enemies that lose line of sight all the time. Yeah, basically that. But yeah. So no, that's awesome. Well, thank you very much. It's nice of you to look around and to see the people who are coming into your chat. I'm not quite sure. I did not see you streaming after that though, but like I said, the last 2 weeks I was then also rather busy with other stuff, or well, the last few days streaming myself. Since I probably did not even mention that I'm streaming, right? So very generic. Well, it's the usual experience in the sewers. There's just not too much to do there. While it is a maze, there's not much points of interest in them. Yeah, no, that is very appreciated. It's basically the only way that you can find people nowadays, because I mean, nobody watches this game. I've my gripes with follow me and follow back sometimes. Yeah, that I remember when Twitch was like that for smaller streamers all around, especially when communities were still a thing, that you would just want to make social connections with streaming. Nowadays, Twitch is much too much about business, and even the small ones. Like, I have said this for years already, but it is just becoming worse and worse. That the first button that is being added to a channel is the donation button, and now that the communities are not a thing anymore, there's no social cohesion between the smaller streamers. That basically you don't care who watches you, or most of the it was already corrupted when the communities were first then discarded, or when they were on their way out, that there was dedicated follow for follow channels, where that was a thing, that was just bringing a lot of traffic to smaller streamers, but it was kind of meaningless traffic. But the original idea of, hey, I'm streaming and I'm being found by random people, and then I'm checking them out, or what they check out for me, and they are recurring people. That is not being done for, oh, here's my numbers, here's my average view number going up, or here's another sub or a possible sub or whatever. But that it was just done, for the oh, I want to meet other people who are into the same games as I am, or I want to then have over that social connection, make a connection to other people's games or shared interests, what they are doing on their channels. So I have my intrinsic motivation and interest to check out other channels of my size, because like, yeah, we are basically working on the same project kind of. But yeah, like it's definitely not the modus operandi for a lot of channels. Like I remember like a few days ago, because I'm streaming like once every 3 months, something like that, when I have time nowadays, and well, time and opportunity for internet, because it's just German internet, it's just shit. And yeah, like I mentioned that I'm streaming 2 other streamers where I've been hanging out for years already, and I've been telling them, oh yeah, next week or the next 10 days I'll also be streaming that and that, because they streamed something or said something that irked me. And they were like, oh, you're streaming as well, but it's like no enticement of checking my channel out or whatever, not because it would be needed to, but just because there would be an interest in it. No, it's like it's being seen as work, or it's being seen as you advertising in another channel or something like that before anything else. And it really it doesn't sit right with me that is the first thought that people have, because it is so much about business and advertising and marketing nowadays, and every smaller channel has to fight for viewers. It really like Twitch is not the site where I started streaming out with, and what I originally was drawn to anymore. Which, I mean, that's kind of like social media, right? It's just another page that goes into the, well, here's your business opportunity. But yeah, like, so basically what we are doing right now is not VDMB runs, which is also very rare for me. No, I'm actually streaming much less VDMB myself, a few challenge runs and whatnot, but still. I'm streaming much less myself, as I'm watching in other channels. And you can already tell by how I am streaming what kind of games that I stream. It's those where you can stand around and do nothing for 15 minutes because I'm just talking and going off a tangent. Yeah, I noticed that. You still have that aura of a new channel, where it is exciting to hang out and talk with them, because there's excitement in what you are actually doing. Yeah, no, like I said, there's just so many smaller channels where I feel like, why are you streaming? What is the reason for you streaming? And most of the time it's like, oh, to grow a following, and it's just just have fun with what you're doing. That's the most that you can do for following. Well, actually, the most that you can do nowadays is have a TikTok. that's like, okay, have fun in what you're doing or have TikTok. But like the basis on that you should operating as a small streamer is that you should enjoy yourself. Yeah. I mean, as much of a help as I was pretending that I did not know anything about it, no, like, there's really just not much that I'm helping. I love watching first playthroughs of VTMB. The game literally tells you itself. It's never as sweet as the first time. So are you finished with it now, though? Because I did not see you stream again, or I did not see you stream VTMB again. Not done yet. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's some good parts to the end of the game as well, but generally what I would say is that you can notice that after Hollywood, or with the sewers, I guess that is why people also dislike it, because after the Andre fight, it basically just goes, slowly declining into less interesting level design, and And once a week, I'm only streaming 2 or once. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah. I mean, taking your time with games, it's not what you get popular with either, because obviously you have to play the newest shit constantly, and after 4 days it's already old stuff and there's something new. So you can yeah. But yeah, I totally get that. I'm taking my damn sweet time. Actually, this game is probably the peak of it. We played the demo of this game of Dry Drowning in 2019 on the stream, and now I played this the first act like in April of this year, and now I'm streaming again. So, but now I'm finishing it. I definitely promised I would finish it. Yeah, it's kind of a detective noir game with a sick murderer that is following along patterns of Greek mythology cases, which I'm very interested in. If I would ever make there's always also something with how do you what do you want to do with your channel? And back in the days when communities were still a thing, it was also relatively hard to make your own channel stand out to be something different. And I created my channel after mythology, mostly Greek, Egypt, and Nordic mythology. And I had streams about that, although that was not going on for very long because they were a shit ton of work, and I was just not really good at talking. Because English is just not my first language, but I'm trying to actually stream in English. So I was never really good at doing those streams, and they were way too much work while streaming. So it was really stressful, so I gave it up relatively quickly. But basically I'm trying to stream a lot of games that have mythology in them, of some variety, some kind. And yeah, basically, as I said, I need games like those where I can just stand around for 15 minutes with nothing happening, because I'm just going off a tangent about something. Or I need to explain a myth and how the game is totally wrong about it. And yeah, this game is very edgy. So whatever you're expecting, expect edgy. It's probably like the one thing where you definitely should have expectations about, because otherwise it will irk you in a rather weird manner. No, it is edgy. It is very edgy. It is a detective noir case, Greek mythology, edginess, and a city, a dystopian city future. So right now we are on the case of how do I describe this? So Leon Bassett was murdered. He is the son of Maximilian Bassett. That is also not important. They were leading a facility, or are leading a facility, that is basically an elderly care home, but because this is a dystopian future, which is actually a nice setting, it is basically just that old people who are not really much worth to society anymore are being evicted from their homes and relocated in kind of a concentration camp that is called The Island. And yeah, the director, Maximilian Bassett, his son Leon Bassett was murdered by Pandora, and that was 6 years ago, this case where we are right now. We are basically in the past. We are just recollecting memories. Yeah, we did frame. I'm still not sure if we just framed them for nothing or if this was really our best guess. Jennifer Kingston and Robert Harrington, two actors, for the murder. They were set on the electric chair, but then it came out that we, we is being Mordred Foley and Hera Karis with their detective agency, did fake evidence to actually connect them to the murders, or like I said, to just rightfully get them behind bars or on the electric chair. But in any ways, when this came out, obviously it exploded into our faces, and since they were already dead, this was not simply a mistake anymore, but basically we have it on our conscience that we killed 2 people in an unjust manner. But I still think they are guilty, because the game constantly talked about it as if they were guilty, and Mordred acted in the best interest of what he thought and believed was right, just in an illegal way. And yeah, since then we have been shunned, but now there has been Pandora cases 6 years later that came up again, and now someone in the same facility has been murdered in the exact same way as Leon Bassett, as the case from 6 years ago. And yeah, Pandora is basically still on the loose, and we are now trying to recollect from the old case what we can take over to the new case in order to help us finally catch Pandora. That's basically all you need to know. There was also a lot of other stuff with crazed sex robots, and no, not that was probably my interpretation of it, but totally they are sentient androids now. There was a guy with bombs. There was an otaku in love with an android. They're definitely Chinese surveillance apps. There was also, we helped a guy become president that was basically a patriotic asshole that wanted all of the immigrants out, and on the day of his inauguration he was shot in the head. Yeah, stuff happened, but that is all unimportant to the story, so don't worry about it. I'm sure the other stuff is just fine. That's like, unimportant sideshows. What we need to care about is that Pandora guy. Or girl. Or maybe just collection of different murderers. We don't know. My best guess is that Hera is Pandora. Because she has been there the whole time. And I'm totally suspicious of her. I don't know. There's absolutely nothing leading up Hera as Pandora, but I'm totally honed in on her being the evil. So let's go with this, because like I said, I want to end this, and I thought I would be able to end this today, but it seems like with my pace it's gonna be longer than 4 or 5 hours. And I only have 4 more days of streaming, so what are the 2 actors doing here? And what happened between them and the victim? I don't have the answers to your questions right now. We have to find out more on your own. The police know I'm working with you, so they have me on a short leash. Alright, we're going to speak to them. You'll find them in the waiting room. They shouldn't be too hard to spot. Also, I can only do like 3 voices, and one of them will never fit. So yeah, I have one male voice and a female voice, and the female voice is just me talking with a little bit less edge. Whoa! Did you okay, detective? Did you figure that out all on your own? Yeah, I was very confused when this wasn't apparent in the stream. Yeah, I do remember that interaction though. Like, I don't know. I believe you might have actually played this game beforehand, and me literally sitting there with that name like, no, pure mere coincidence. I'm not quite sure. What were you playing, or what are you playing? Weren't you playing Toriator as well? Or were you Gangrel? You were already in Act 3. Bruja, okay. It's literally already the end of Act 3, so... Yeah, no, I had other people who were also still confused about that stuff at the end of the game, so... Don't worry, I get it. It's just, it was my kind of fun. My sick and twisted humor. Well, to be fair, like I said, the room that you were in when I came into your stream is also by far just the shittiest room in the game for me. It just makes no sense overall. The game specifically teaches you in Groud's Mansion that, high voltage electricity, it is just instantly gonna kill you. Meanwhile, in that room, it's just, and you rightfully made that connection, but yeah, it's literally the only way to go up that ladder, so. And you were still, I also remember, you were the one that actually jumped over. So in that room, there is a fence that is breaking down when you stand on top of it, and you for some reason somehow managed to jump over at the exact moment where that would trigger, and jumped across to the other side. There's no way to see that it would break down, so you must have just jumped like completely randomly, just off on like some weird I think I'm not gonna trust like yeah, exactly, instincts, like animal instinct. And it's just like that you can do that, and that you can just go and fool the game like that. It's just, it was the funniest thing to me, because you then went around and jumped down. Because yeah, your instincts were so good to avoid the basically completely unavoidable, and then you jumped back down on your own volition because you did nothing. Like, okay, why am I here now? What am I doing here now? So you still jumped down. Like, to me it was the funniest shit to watch it, but yeah. It's definitely a confusing room, and the pump system, I still don't get it on the first try. Like, I still have to try it out and see it, you know. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I love the game and why I love watching it, especially first playthroughs. Like, I mean, I obviously, I do love the Ocean House Hotel mission is probably the most famous one, simply because it is a great watch from other people. I am unfortunately not the very screamy type, so for me, it's just like, yeah, horror. Horror makes me feel not good. I'm probably not playing much horror. But I mean, like, stuff with exactly the way that VTMB does horror, where it's basically not really jump scares, or there's no real enemy behind this, and like, you are getting killed by the environment at most. But it's not like the crazy ex-murderer is actually, you have to fight him. I actually do, yeah, like very genuine scares, but not really so much jump scares. I do enjoy that much more. I do enjoy lingering horror. I do want some psychological torment from my horror as well, if I do watch it. But most of the time, that is not the screamy kind of fun horror, but more the twisted, sick kind of horror that is making me feel like I don't really need that necessarily. Like, I get caught up in it sometimes, but like, I mean, this is basically, there's also horror in this. Like, people get their eyes gouged out or just filled with wax, with hot wax, and then getting their throats cut, and, you know, or drowning upside down in a tub. Yeah, stuff like that is probably also some certain kind of horror. but you know, it's not not scary. Maybe it would be scary if it was real. Yes, I do. Maybe. I still I'm 30. I still have to watch out when I'm going down the stairs when I'm, because right now I'm basically house sitting for my parents. That is why I have good internet to stream, and I basically still, when I'm alone in the house, I still have to watch out for the monsters that are lingering in the dark when I'm going down into the cellar. It's just that is just a primal fear of me as a primate that's just never going away. I'm a prime example of a strong, independent male. totally fearless. Anyway, maybe we should talk to director Maximilian too, even though you advised us against it. Well, if you really want, go to the crime scene then. He is there since yesterday. He's still in shock and refuses any help, so try to be careful if you still don't want to get kicked out. Yeah, like I said, his psychological profile made no indication that this would be what breaks him, but okay. Sometimes with this game, I just gotta accept shit. The locations are nice. The plot and some of the politics behind it are real nice. The characters and actual scenes, especially like investigations, they sometimes borderline make no sense, or they just make their own kind of sense, which is just going against what I have been speculating. Probably from back when dark caves were inhabited sharp-toothed animals. Yeah, basically that. Or it's just it waiting down there, I don't know, but yeah, it's also quite a recurring problem that whenever I'm house sitting, because my parents, my mother is a teacher, so for some reason when they have been going away and I have been house sitting for them, I basically I don't have a TV for like years already, and it always is that when I'm house sitting, there's countless horror movies on at night. And so when I now finally have a TV where I can watch, of course I'm watching TV when I'm not streaming. Like it's for me basically my own kind of vacation is that I can just live rent-free in my parents' house for a few days or for a few weeks, and I don't have to get bothered by anyone. But like, I mean, it's nice to be here. It's right outside the woods, so like there's one field, and then 200 meters away, it's just woods for miles and miles. So I mean, there's just wilderness out there basically for me. Nah, it's not really, but you know what I mean. So it's relatively secluded from the rest. Yeah, from the rest of the town. That is basically why they want me to house it, because yeah, nobody would notice if there would be a break-in or if it just burns down or whatnot. But still, yeah, and so I'm always watching horror movies when I'm here alone. And like it's an old house. It has been here like since the 1960s. So there's always gonna be, especially when like temperature changes go, there's always creaking. Like there's always the wood that is changing size. There's always the floors that are creaking. It is really an issue when you're alone in a house. Like for the first few days it's fine, but after a few days you're like, I think if I was very squeamish about this would actually bother me. Good thing that I'm not. But it's like in the back of my mind, I think if I would start to get scared by something like that, I would actually be scared. So better just push it out of my mind and be like, yeah, nah. How said my friend last time, and she told me the worst story ever. She was alone. It's like, why are you telling me this now? Yeah, just don't let it settle in. It's like your social anxiety. You just keep it at bay. It's always there, lingering, just outside the periphery of your mind, of your mind's eye. Don't let it seep in. Don't acknowledge it consciously. So, and the guests collect their daily medicines from the desk. The reinforced glass suggests they may had some problems in the past. This building is crumbling and there are puddles all around the place. Yeah, I would have, this, like I said, this is a technocracy and one of the most highly technologically advanced countries where people apparently still immigrate to, even though it is an absolute racist shithole. And they are treating the immigrants and people of lower wage classes like absolute shit. People are still immigrating to it for some reason. I have no idea why. And so this is basically, I still don't know what the Patterson test is, but like I said, they nabbed a lot from Chinese dystopia, so just general Chinese government. Like it's a living nightmare scenario for me. So basically you have wristbands that can project holographic images, and obviously like your phones, they know everywhere you are and what you're doing. There's apps for that, which like I said, China also had like when the Hong Kong thing and then the pandemic started. They had apps where you could literally, it was basically a social gaming app where you could just tap your phone to clap, to send virtual claps to the government and to your medical health facilities. And I was like, this is... what the fuck? But basically you can monitor when people are online, when they are on their phone, and how long they are doing it, and the more you clap, it shows that you're basically, a good citizen, and they, this game is edgy, so they literally called their app the Be a Good Citizen app, even though it is just a puzzle app. So there's an actual game involved in this. But yeah, like I said, basically this is just a containment center or a concentration center for elderly people who are apparently not patriotic enough or just don't contribute to society in the ways that they want. And so they're just shipped in there, and yeah, they are treated like shit. So I guess this makes sense. Like I said, in its politics and its occasions, it actually is nice. A billboard reminding their beloved guests to take their medicines. It's almost like people would rather die than wake up in this place. I'd be curious to see the recreation area this sign is talking about. I hope this place is less depressing than its reception. Sealed doors, probably leading to the staff quarters and the kitchen. A few signs to help people move around the island. Given the complexity of the structure, I would have expected more of them. Stairs. They still exist in the future. How retarded can you be to build so many stairways in a place mostly populated by old people? Like I said, it's basically torture facilities, right? It's basically just internment camps. Okay. Has a point. although people are very squeamish. I cannot. Oh god, like I don't want to have that discussion. It's like you have to discuss something that you don't want to have a discussion about to make your point. Ugh, it's so stupid. But yeah, like I do get that some people are squeamish about the term retarded because it's in medical terms a very well, it's like the gender debate and how it connects to actual biology. That there's different definitions that people are throwing together, and like yeah, here's your scientific explanation for what we know. Here's your social normalities and how we are seeing it. And with retarded as a word, yeah, you don't need to actually describe a person like that, but it's still on the social norm, saying retarded in other contexts, people are so squirmish about that because it's such a derogatory term, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm not using it on a person, as a person, for a person. It's just a word very poignantly describing what I mean, and that we're like very much we can move away from describing this as an affliction for people. But in our normal speak, why would I not use a word that perfectly describes something that I mean to describe? And yeah, I've definitely been banned for that, and I'm just thinking about because you're here, because we have been discussing VTMB, there is people. Oh yeah, like I've had a friend who but I mean I went to him in the first classes before elementary school, so preschool, right? Kindergarten, basically, who would have been legally described as. And also, like there was super funny content from at least back in the days, with like was it called, literally the retarded cop, something like that, where it was just two brothers and one of them was self-described retarded, but he had no qualms about it. I mean, but he's retarded, so how can he defend himself? No, he just had, like, he was fully aware of what it means. I mean, they are just people too. And he was just like, yeah, no, I want people to share the laughs with me about that. And so they made skits about him, well, being retarded, because he had just no qualms about it. It means that not everyone should be okay with it, but taking that away from him and telling him, no, you cannot make fun of that because your existence does not allow you to adjust to that. That's the society that inflicts you with having to be like making fun of that, against your own best wishes. No, I think he can very much voice what he actually likes and does not like. So like in itself, it's whatever. But the point is that on VTMB, which I would judge as the worst things that really happen, like the most divisive things that happen in VTMB, is that they are constantly bashing Republicans, right? That's there is some more gruesome shit that is going on in the world. Obviously it's supposed to be, yeah, there's supernatural murder figures running around. Sure, yeah, no, definitely. And politics is probably the worst of it, but yeah, there's also actual murders going on and whatnot. But I've been in several channels, literally over the last few months, where I've been in, and it has been only girl channels. I don't know if that makes any difference or should even be mentioned, but it, irked me that somehow it comes down to always be that way, where they have been specifically irritated and agitated by what the game was showing them, because the game showed them I'm not even quite sure. There was like sexual violence that was inflicted. Like there's the guard in downtown that spies on the residents and sees if he has those cameras installed in all of the rooms, and he sells the stuff that he finds there if there's some juicy information or something going on. And obviously then he's also spying on the women by default, uploading that to the internet or selling that somewhere. Definitely that is sexual violence. But where I mean, everyone can play the way they want. It's just that some streamers that I've been watching, and like I said, it was multiple ones, so more than 2, more than 3, were then so irritated by the act of sexual violence being inflicted against women, that they either said, okay, this game is bad now, like literally taking it as a game that is showing me something like that happening cannot be cannot be art. Like it should not be condoned that a game is showing me that, and that it is normalizing that and just giving me letting them get away with it, because it is normalizing that behavior, or that they literally went out of their way to kill the guard, take punishment for it, just because they felt it was so wrong of him to to sell some stuff that his spy cam footage, that they had to murder him, which I found really, really bothersome. Not because they can't choose to play however they want. If they want to kill the guard because of it, sure, do it by all means. But it was for them a standpoint of politics, where they actually said, okay, you know what? This is basically borderline rape, and you deserve death for it. And they just let that sentiment out on an NPC or on the game, where I'm like, somehow, if this was just shown to me, I would go like, that's wrong, and move on with it, and it would have been no trouble. But because they actually made a point of showing a thought process that I just really can't follow. Okay, this is sexual violence. You deserve death for it. And I'm like, dude, if that is your real life behavior, like you are not acting within your character, you are not, role playing in any way. You are just, this is you as a streamer, and this is your decision how you act out in the game. And it's just like, oh, well, if I could do it in real life, unfortunately that would have repercussions. Ugh, lame. And that is then pulling me to that, goddamn, what is that? No, what, why? Oh, come on. I get the sentiment that, this is wrong and something should be roleplayed about this, but... And the same way is in that then, where I have been banned from channels for saying retarded in some context. And it's becoming a social norm on Twitch that, you can't say that word. It doesn't matter the context, it doesn't matter the intention, it is just the word retarded means that you are specifically saying, okay, retarded is a word, I'm acknowledging it is describing something, and then it is always being used on people. And I'm like, no, I don't, in no way do I mean that. And you know that. I've made my intention very clear that I am not speaking about people. I'm even speaking out against using that word. So why is the social norm then I have to show that I'm a good person and this is so wrong, I cannot forgive this, here's a ban? I don't want people like you in my zone. And they would have 100% judged this game in the same way for, making that statement. Oh, my main character is a bad person now, and I don't like him anymore because of something like that. Now, I'm just completely going off on a tangent again about politics shit that, like I said, I did not even, that I have to explain all of that shit to explain what I think is wrong with it. It's just great. Now I have to make a case out of it. I don't even want to. I don't even want to think about it so much. It's just not as much of an issue that I do want to think about it so much, but it does bother me. It does bother me that games and the gaming channels on Twitch that I'm following are, well, over time becoming that way, where I'm like, I'm having a hard time following some of the sentiments, some of the judgment calls that are made here. I think they are in some way more brutal than what I'm being made at fault at for using words. But okay. Again, finishing game. Look, Mordred. Those two look like... There you are. Finally, I found you. Excuse me? What did I tell you? This girl has the perfect face for our next play. Look how beautiful she is, Robert. Oh wow, you're damn right, Jennifer. This girl is a real beauty. A rare jewel. Are you talking about me? No! Stay back, Hera. They're clearly talking about me. Oh, I skipped something again. I don't know why this game does it. You see any other young ladies around here? You're the performer we are looking for. Again, sometimes this game leaps into very weird interactions. Like, yeah, here, random person, murder happened, don't care. You are definitely an actress. I'm gonna make a famous actress out of you, young lady. Tell me, are you into theater? Oh, yes, I like it, but... Alright, enough with the chit-chat. We are detectives, pull yourselves together. We have got work to do here. Like, that's not how it works. That's not how any of this works, right? You can't just point at someone and go like... Oh, I mean, if you're in a porn movie, you definitely can. Girl, I'll totally, you've got the face I'll bring you out big. Now step into my van and we can sign the papers right there. Yes, but I think that is not the setting that the game wants to go for. So I don't think an interaction like that would necessarily happen like that. Oh, how rude. Did I go off on a weird tangent again? I guess not. Not any weirder than beforehand. You can't expect kindness when someone here has just been murdered by a serial killer. Okay, thanks for bringing me back on the case. You must be Mr. Harrington and Miss Kingston, right? That's us. Here we are, in the flesh. Would you like an autograph, miss? Well, not really. Actually, we wanted to ask you a few questions. A much shorter one, yeah. Oh dear, don't tell me we are suspects. We are just honest and respected actors. Well, when you have to declare yourself honest and respected. No, oh yeah, right, superpower. Our detective, when somebody is lying, I'm not quite sure how far that extends though, but when somebody is lying, that is the feature of this game that makes it special. Apart from the mythological murder mystery stuff, he sees masks appearing on people's faces when they are lying. And then by confronting them with the truth and them admitting their lies, he can actually peel them off, basically. Your life goal is to make people dream. Our life goal is to make people dream, not to kill them. but the eternal dreams you can have in death. Isn't it the most beautiful dream? Despite the perversive control methods and censorship, the artistic community of Nova Polemos has always been very prosperous. After its foundation, several creative minds moved to the city in search of fame, and their ideas contributed to the creation of many contemporary masterpieces. Despite the creativeness, artists focus almost exclusively on simple, harmless, and popular topics. Those few artworks which are possibly connected to rioting are immediately removed from the market and the web. Like I said, they just nabbed it from basically Chinese censorship. It's happened a few times in the music and cinema industry. Although that obviously does not only happen in Chinese state media, but I mean, in Egypt they have had censorship about any kind of gay relationships, about the role of women, obviously. In Indonesia they have Indonesia, Philippines, against the Israeli community because they are not recognizing Israel. So art of that is getting censored. So, like, I mean, every kind of state has something to censor, I guess. But I'm guessing that, like the rest of technology and the dystopia behind it, this is relatively closely following what China is doing. You don't have to... Which, I mean, sometimes it works really well for the good of the people. Like in the case of Diablo Immortal. that was just the best. That because of a Winnie the Pooh posting of the Blizzard site or one of the execs, that Diablo Immortal did not get released in China. That is just that is very beautiful, I do have to say. Sometimes state censorship is really working out for the best of all. You don't have to worry. Some routine questions won't do any harm. If you're innocent, you'll be released soon. Fine, so what are you waiting for? Ask away. We shall prove that we are as pure as snow. Who is Maximilian Oath to you? And what are you doing on this island? Maximilian is our patron. He is the one who decided to bring the theater here for its guests. He has always wanted to make life better for those living here, by having them participate in acting classes, for example. He even organized several theater festivals with professional actors, and that's where we come in. Yep, no problem, have fun. I mean, quite frankly, you stood around for way longer than I expected anyways. Normally, people just hop in and go right away. Which is it's understandable, but sometimes a little bit disheartening. I do have to say. Yeah, it's also you're the first new person that I'm actually talking to while streaming, and it will probably not change. But yeah, like as far as people go that do find my channel, we already had this in April when I streamed that week. Yeah, now it's basically the same. There's just nobody that finds my channel. No matter if I streamed Monster Hunter Rise for 5 hours or TFT, which are both games that are being played. I even played in my language. There's just nobody who is even checking out your channel. Or at least mine. Which is, I do have to say, if I still streamed, and even with, I would say, the relatively pure intention that I'm streaming in, that I just want to make new friends and meet people who are interested in the same games as me, that I can stream for like 10 days and there's not a single new person that even finds the channel. That is one of the disheartening things, that like I'm not even doing this for the sinister reasons that other people do. Like there has been a time when I streamed when I did want to make a following and I did want to grow, which I mean in itself is not even wrong either. Obviously that is a part of the game as well, that you play as a Twitch streamer when you are dedicated to building up a channel that you want to grow. But then moving on from that to just, I just simply want to have some people to talk to and to interact with, because streams are just more fun if there's other people there that give you input and that you can talk with, and like I said, share experiences or just share the same interests with. I've always said like the fun in a stream really comes like 30% from the streamer, probably like 40-50% from chat, and the rest from the game, and probably in the game also from just randomness, just lucky moments happening where it's just like, something funny happened or a bug came up or whatever, that was just not planned by either you, the game, nor the people. And yeah, so basically the viewers for me always made up the biggest part of a channel, of the fun you can have in a viewing experience, and that there's just nobody around. That was really disheartening for me when I streamed more. Now that I only stream every few months, I can go like, okay, I'm streaming because I want to experience a game. It's still better for me when like I'm streaming because other people can also watch, but it also gets me to just play the games that I'm constantly pushing, and like, oh no, I don't have time. So streaming then gets me like, I have to turn on the stream, and when I do, I'm playing the game, and then we are finishing this, and like it helps me with actually playing games. As yes is my passion, but at the same time, when I don't have something that irks me to start with one, I basically just don't start. So yeah, but yeah, it is an issue with Twitch. Yes, I absolutely do agree. I would say it is an issue with the people as well. Probably, like there's probably we would have to go further down a rabbit hole, because we can just say, okay, it's a problem with Twitch that Twitch does not have discovery tools, and that you can't, it's just badly made up for smaller streamers. It's working in the favor of big streamers, but I think we would have to go deeper. That there's also, okay, when the shift came from small communities that brought people together more than the game, where it was also that they're organizing themselves, that there's a group leader or community leader, that there's discords with different streamers from those small groups, where they can connect with another, and then in those groups they can also interconnect. That got rid of, and now you have tags, which, I mean, why did Twitch, do tags instead of communities? No reason whatsoever other than money. Yes, now you can actually play ad-rich productions from big companies, like big company productions, that Twitch favors, and you can push them up by, here's the tags that, well, this is esports, well, great, and this is a special event, and this is I don't know, it's getting categorized by what you're doing rather than people and people's interest, really. So they could, they took stuff out, discovery tools, natural discovery tools that people made up, that people populated, and found each other. Like they made their own interconnected systems. They basically took those tools out for more sponsorship stuff. Then there's the reason for Twitch changed, like in 2016 or so, when IRL streams became their own category. So it basically split up into, nowadays there's much more, like Twitch streaming is much more about entertaining rather than interpersonal connections. And those parasocial relationships from big streamers to small viewers that are just faceless entities that, well, basically you lose one, you win some. Like that disparity is getting bigger and bigger. While there's more channels that also they are not having as many people coming around as well, and the big get bigger, and now it is then on top of that cut off with like, oh, IRL and game stuff, or music streams and game stuff, rather than being integrated in it. That we are all part of a gamer community, like Twitch is for gamers. Now it can be also, hey, you're an artist, you're a body painter. You don't know anything about games, but hey, this is where people who body paint, or who do ASMR, or who are just entertainers in real life. And like that, big broadcasts, like, professional productions and whatnot, those linear entertainment shows that are more and more displayed on Twitch, like that has been fostered by Twitch over the years, as well, we need to branch out and go away from we are just for gamers. But in the same way, yeah, Twitch is not just for gamers anymore. So when I meet another person in real life and we are telling each other, well, okay, I watch Twitch, I have no idea what it means for that person anymore. While in 2015, I could say, oh, what games do you watch? Or do I know the other streamers? Now it is becoming less and less personalized. And all of that while there is more personalization tools on each individual channel. But you then watch like all of the VTubers, and you have no real face. So yes, you have like all of the different ways that you can design a VTuber model, but in the same way, I can't judge, okay, I know that person, because I have never seen that person. They are hiding behind something. It's not, like, for me it's a problem, for others it's not, so I'm not making a general argument that VTubers are hiding, like that is the reason for it, or that it is a bad thing to use those models. Like, definitely do it, but again, you personalize the avatar. You don't personalize yourself. You are not like different from the other VTubers because you have bigger cat ears or you have glowing eyes on that avatar. That is not making you as a person. And then what they are doing is just, well, if it's all the same cute girl act, I don't know if that really helps, because it seems more like a business venture on every channel than it does seem like, oh hey, I'm that person, I'm me, look, I'm me. Do you like me? I like you. We should definitely hang out together. Maybe not like so much Tinder, but as in like, okay, you see me, you can judge me as a person, and I'm standing there with my face. So, since that is not a part of it anymore, and you know, stuff like that, where like Twitch is going into directions where it's more an issue of how Twitch is building itself up overall, that people do not even want to discover other streamers. And yes, it goes into the design as well, that Twitch has no discoverability tools. But for example, if you look on in the games categories, that generally like you can follow a game category, which is super, like it's relatively hidden that you can follow games, and it is relatively stupid how they build it up. But in general, when you follow a game category, you will definitely see the streamers in there to the same interest, right? But I've made the experience, people don't want to watch other people playing the same game either. They want to watch their streamer. So when I was playing VTMB for the first time in like 2016 on stream, 2018, I was playing with Dan at the same time, and yeah, he had like 8,000 people or so on his channel, and I was also streaming, and there was like 3 channels overall, and we were the only 2 English streaming ones. And I could see that, yeah, nobody cares. There's like, in this category, there's 2 people streaming, and there's 8,000 people in his, and there's like 3 people in mine. Yeah, that's it. And I've seen other even more extreme cases where it was over 10,000 viewers, and there was one other channel, and they had 1 viewer, and that was probably the bot. So to some degree, it is then also a problem of how Twitch has built itself up, what impression they gave other people or their viewers as to how you should treat Twitch. Like, it's not so much a tool to make connections with other people as it is just used for entertainment purposes. So why would I, if I'm already entertained with one channel, why would I go to another? I log off when the channel goes offline. I'm alone again, but I was entertained as long as they were online. While in smaller streams where I have a connection with that person, yeah, they go offline and then we have a chat afterwards, or we are just talking in Discord or sending memes, or, you know, or we are playing games together. And not just me and that streamer, but just like, oh yeah, this is the community of like 10 or 15 people, and like, hey, we are looking for 4 people to play a game. Anyone who wants to join. With a big streamer, you wouldn't actually get that, right? Just, hey, I have more entertaining stuff because I have a community of like 10,000 people who make content for me. So my Discord is also entertaining, so be also on there and watch my YouTube stuff, and, you know. I mean, I guess it's just the social interaction that changed overall on the site. Anyways, another huge tangent. I'm sorry. I will never be able to finish this game. It is... Also, I love how I have a bot sitting in here, Flat Earth channel. I think my ramblings do tell something, that I have a Flat Earth support channel sitting in here. It's probably what they are thinking. The political bullshit that he is talking about constantly. I think that could be one of our fellow Flat Earth supporters. Yeah. No, he definitely sounds like one. Definitely susceptible for that. We know our people. Same talking points. Yeah. Statistic bots. Ugh. That bullshit argument. But yeah, it starts like that when I know I have nobody in my chat. But then I see a full viewer list and it's just like 15 bots, and I'm like, what? God damn. Before all this happened, we were rehearsing for our new play dedicated to the tragedy of those who perished in an attempt to emigrate to Nova Polemos. Were the rehearsals taking place here on the island? No, we only taught acting classes for some guests here in the rehearsal room of the recreation area. So there is a rehearsal room. Could it be the place where Pandora attacked the victim? As strange as it might sound, Maximilian loved his son, and his death hit him very hard. That actually does sound strange. Yeah, thank you, game. You are actually acknowledging an inconsistency that I did point out. I believe he had good intentions for this place, but then politics kicked in and ruined everything, as often happens. Oh, I can't show them that. Did you know the victim personally? Sure we did. He was our employer's son. The poor wretch was not very well liked. He had many enemies. In the end, he suffered the consequences. It may look like a serial killer did the deed, but I'm sure the motive is revenge. Who are those enemies you mentioned? Oh, well, everyone living on the island. Don't you know? He used to manage the company budget and cause all sorts of disasters. What disasters? Crumbled walls, budget cuts, non-compliant buildings. He was doing everything to take bribes from construction companies, sorry. So the victim was hated for being a corrupt man. Maybe we should discuss this with his father. Yeah, that is definitely something you should bring up. And the first time we are actually asking about an alibi. If you have nothing to do with the murder, you should be able to provide an alibi for both of you, right? Of course, when the incident occurred, Robert and I were in our room, rehearsing the play. Like true professionals. Is there any camera footage that can prove it? I don't think there are any cameras inside the building. So you don't have any believable alibi. Yeah, thank you, Hera. That's a bit on the nose. We were together, isn't it enough? No mask. Are they telling the truth? Or maybe there's more. I mean, they were together when they murdered the victim and made a play out of it. So you're just two actors who have nothing to do with the murder, is that it? I swear, we had no hard feelings toward either of him or his father. Oh no, it starts again. Him or his father. We have been collaborating with them since the opening of the facility. It's hard to get hired in this country. We can't afford to kill the few employers left. Wait, a mask. It popped up right after she said they had no hard feelings. Alright, it's enough for now. Stick around, we might still need you. As you wish, madame. Roger that. Just let us know, wither here for too... Just don't let us wither here for too long, okay? They are hiding something, I know it. Huh? Hiding what? A mask showed up when she talked about resentment toward the victim and his father. Their relationship wasn't that good, in fact. Leon was right, they are definitely good suspects, especially if Pandora acted in the rehearsal room as I think. Yeah, their alibi isn't solid at all. Before we face them again, we should investigate that room. But I'm afraid we can't access it until Leon gives us the permission. Alright, let's do some research meanwhile. Really? I can't investigate this? I can play the Be a Good Citizen app in the past. Nice. Okay, back to the crime scene. And what have we missed? You didn't deserve this. No. My dear, gentle, sweet, and caring son. That is how you definitely talk. My dear, sweet, gentle, caring son. But okay, like that. At least they are explaining why that he actually did care about his son, despite his otherwise demeaning behavior or harsh exterior. No, I'm sure it was just envy. The envy of that filthy loser who did this to you. I promise you, son, I will have that bastard's head. And with everyone else will pay for it. Is he talking to himself? Mordred, this man has just lost his son. Just try to be respectful. I don't give a flying fuck. Who's there? Who dares to speak while I'm mourning? Detective Mordred Foley and Tara Caris, sir. We're here to arrest the monster that killed your son. I've heard of you too. You are those detectives who have been chasing Pandora for years. And now you're here to feed off my son's dead body in search of fame and glory. Okay. Grave robbers preying on the lonely and bereaved, digging out carrion like vultures. That's what you are. Please, sir, I understand your pain, but I swear we are here to help. If you wish to avenge your son, you just have to support us. I promise that you'll have a front row seat at the execution of that bastard. Alright. But I don't trust you, nor the police. Well, we have something in common. Alright, here we go. First question. Oh, the Neverland Ranch. I know it's painful, but we need to know more about your son. What? Terry has always been an incredibly smart and honorable man, so I decided to keep him by my side to handle the island. The board did not like my decision, but complaining is a part of the job for those ungrateful fuckers, I guess. Terry managed the budget, while planning the renovation of the buildings and the creation of new areas. I felt so proud looking at him at work. You should have seen him. Any idea why Pandora would go after him? If I knew, I wouldn't be here mourning, don't you think? Could you tell us about the structure of the island? The facility is meant to have no ways to get in or out besides the main entrance. The goal is to protect ourselves from thieves, who would see a place full of old people like a true gold mine. We built a massive structure, a unique masterpiece of contemporary architecture. But then we had to expand, turning the facility into a maze of stairs and compensate the lack of space. I mean, you can replace stairs, you know that? One last question. Then we'll leave you alone. Huh? We spoke to two of your actors and they confirmed one of our greatest concerns. It appears that your son was not particularly well liked around here because of some work-related issue. They mentioned some bribes, reason why several guests seemed to hold a grudge against him. How dare you! My son was brilliant and honest. Any complications that arose were the fault of those stupid architects. People speak out of envy. The only reason those old people died in the collapses. What, some guests died in a collapse? It's too late to hold back, Maximilian. Tell me, has anyone died here because of your son? He had absolutely nothing to do with that. It was not his fault. A column collapsed during a play, killing two old infirm people. The accident was kept within the island. It was a tragedy, nothing more. I mean, yeah, that goes. Were Robert and Jennifer on stage when it happened? No, there was another company at the time, which refused to work here again after that. So I decided to hire those two. I knew I couldn't trust those bums. Hiring them was a big risk. A big mistake. I did everything I could to improve the life quality of my guests, and all I got back was backstabbing. But things are going to change here. You have my word, and someone will pay for this. Terry did an excellent job. The only reason why the buildings were not compliant is that someone tried to trick him. No mask. Maximilian truly believes his son is innocent. Yeah. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be left alone. This conversation made my mood even worse. Goodbye. Just as I thought, Maximilian won't talk about the misdeeds of his son. We'll have to find out in a different way. We should talk to Leon first. He might have some news. Alright, let's go. This masks thing. It doesn't seem to work with direct questions about being guilty. How much can I trust something like this? Excerpt from the psychiatric evaluation of Mordred Foley Part 2. What happened to me is not the result of some superpower, like those in stupid comics. This comes from some degenerative psychological condition that's driving me insane, forcing me to deal with the true face of people. The stress coming out of this just makes everything worse. I'm unstable, unreliable, and even dangerous. Breathe and deal with it. Don't let the pressure get to you, or everything will be done for. See, what did we talk about? Don't let it seep in. Don't mess it up. Not again. Wait, not again? How much more of a backstory is there? A degenerative psychological condition. Making him unstable, unreliable, and even dangerous. So he doesn't even believe in his own superpower. I think it's time to confront Maximilian again and unmask him. Wait, what mask? He literally was the only one that didn't have a mask. We just need to pressure him, forcing him on the past, and he'll fall apart. It's no use of me now. Okay. Okay, I have to confront him. I can't... I thought I could bullshit my way around this, because if I do this, I only have 3 tries. And I'm 100% certain this is not gonna... not gonna end well. Like I said, the logical leaps on some of those. Let's save beforehand then. See, it actually overwrote the other save file that I had, right? Pretty sure. The end of the dream. Alright, here we go. I've got to be careful not to push it, or I could blow up the whole case. Mr. Oath, can we have a second? You again. Another word and I swear I'll kick you out of here. Oh, right. Here he has a... Okay. Mordred, maybe we should give up? No, trust me. I understand how you feel. But we need your help to find whoever did this. If you're not honest with me and don't grant us free access to the facility, we'll have our hands tied and it will be all for nothing. I trusted you once, and it all went to hell. If that maniac had a chance to strike again, it's all your fault. You sentenced to death 2 innocent people instead of the monster that slaughtered my son. No, this is not working. I need to change the topic. I've got to play on his fears and force him to talk. Fine, I'll be straightforward then. If you keep obstructing our investigation, you could be the next one to die. What are you saying, Mordred? What? Are you resorting to threats now? You know what I'm saying. You're the most beloved person. You're not the most beloved person here, and you're in danger. What are you talking about? All residents and staff members love me. Why would they kill me? When I was investigating the crime scene, I found something that proves the opposite. This evidence shows that someone on the island has some unfinished business with you. Okay, so this is not too hard yet. What the? Huh, there's a gouge on the head of a statue. It's like someone hit it hard. That's right, and it happened to represent our friend here. It seems that someone here is looking forward to getting their revenge. Who could have done that? That doesn't prove anything. It could be just an accident. Your reaction says otherwise, or rather your mask. No, So someone's damaged the island's properties as an act of rebellion? I'm quite sure it wasn't an isolated case. After the death of your son, things have changed here. And not for the better. You only have to look around to understand why. What? The number of guests has increased a lot. Everybody agrees this facility is a great success. A fake success, achieved with the collaboration of the government. Which, I mean, you probably weren't too much of a fan of? Ah, maybe. He was not against his son's dealings with the, probably with the government to get some more money out of this. But the other two said, our actor friend said that he had good intentions for this. Then politics came in the way, so. Achieved with the collaboration of the government. The growth in the number of guests has one simple reason behind it. And that reason is to increase in budgets. The Patterson test reputation of this place. That ominous Patterson test. The much loved Patterson test. I'm sure most of your guests failed it. What are you implying? After the accident, the government put huge pressure on you, and you ended up with your back against the wall. The only way to save face was to propose something that would keep the facility operative and profitable for the government, something really inhumane. And the Patterson test was the key. Usually old people fail it, and they happen to be the perfect inhabitants of your beloved island. By forcing them to live here, being declared incompetent and with no heirs, the government would obtain their properties. At the same time granting you an army of slaves forced to rely on you for their survival. The death of your son, a son, leads to cynicism, and cynicism to shameless exploitation. Exploitation? What the hell are you talking about? We provide people with no future with a shelter. No. Skipped something again. Those old people can't wait to work together and feel useful. And this place is much safer than their own houses. So true, especially if they are surrounded by walls and the entrance are strictly guarded. Well, it certainly feels like being inside a prison. And they made a nice addition to the facility, which proves my point, you're being scared of your guests. So far, this is the first one where I have nothing to object to. All of this is very clean cut. Yeah. We know things, and we are stating them. We could think about that. They have also been outright spoken to us, but yeah, good. Much of a fan of this. When it works. In addition, I'm talking about this. And so, it's nice that I can check this. They made a nice addition to the facility, which proves my point in being scared of your guests. I mean, it could be either that there's a curfew and a medical examination, but I would say the CCTV cameras. If this place is so perfectly safe, why would you have cameras installed everywhere? Maybe they damaged something else other than the statue, and that's why you are so afraid. Stop it. How long are you going to harass me? I've lost my son and my credibility, and now this damn nightmare is ruining my life again. On top of that, you two won't stop bugging me. That's simply because you keep on hiding the truth. Why don't you tell us straight away that someone displayed violent behavior? Because this kind of behavior is a daily routine. And it involves dozens of different people, disparate, over 70s, seeking for attention. Huh? Every day the facility gets damaged, and Pandora's return is the last straw. This can't go public, otherwise my career will be over. I mean, you are 69. Nullifying all efforts my son and I made to create this place. Which is now kind of a murder hole. Are you still willing to keep this quiet, even now that the blood of one of your employees is on your hands? What are you talking about? I don't even know the victim. There are thousands of people living here. You can't expect me to know them all. Maybe not the guests, but I'm sure you're paranoid enough to know every single person who is working for you. Maybe. But he was certainly not one of them. I believe that's another lie, and I can prove it. This provides evidence that the victim worked here. Yeah, safety boots, right? Why would any of your old guests wear work shoes? Where did you find that? At the crime scene. The victim lost it during the fall and it landed in a bush. There's no point in lying anymore, Mr. Oaf. Tell us the truth and maybe we'll be able to help you. Alright, I'll tell you what you want. This was a hard one, but we did it. No, this was actually the most sensible, reasonable, perfectly well and fine one that you had so far. So that was actually really easy. I could follow the logic of it. The victim, and I mean, like I said, thinking about, okay, what does prove more that he's afraid of the people in this facility? The curfew at night or the cameras? Well, that's a decision, but hey, I have 3 lives for that. But even then, the victim is Andrew Genesi. He was one of the youngest and most promising technicians of the new theater company on the island. Youngest, age 0. Yep, I do have to say, 0 is actually quite young. Locked investigative purposes, please try later again. The profile is unavailable. Did the police lock it? Please, every second counts. All I'm asking is for you to help us understand. Did he work in the theater too? That's right. After the accident, I started a new in-house company made of talented young people only, and I dedicated it to my son. Dedicated a company to the same person who destroyed the theater. How ironic. Andrew was a good boy. I can't imagine why Pandora would kill him. Did Andrew have any contact with people within the island? He knew all the members of the theater company, but only one of them was here today. You can find him in the dark room. I don't want to go in the dark room. Something wrong? It's just where we store our collection of paintings. Have you forgotten what happened there 6 years ago? I'm sorry, I can't remember. What a liar. However, no mask this time. It doesn't matter more. So, like, he knows he is lying and he knows that he knows he is lying, but it is not in with the case of Pandora connected, or it is not. Well, what is different? Why doesn't see a mask there? Because it is unimportant? It doesn't matter, Mordred. No other people can that come to mind, or maybe any suspect. Maybe. Here are the room numbers. I want you to meet them before I give you my opinion. Really? What's that for? You'll find out soon enough. Also, I can give you the access code to the rehearsal room, but you'll have to convince the police to let you in. Don't worry, we can be very persuasive. Thank you, Mr. Oaf. You have been very helpful. Thank me when you catch that monster. Before I go, I need to tell you something important. Huh? When you had those two bastards killed, I was happy. They were innocent, that's true, but they did everything they could to destroy me, so they deserve to die. Goodbye, detectives. Yeah, I like I said, I did not think they were innocent. I'm not quite sure, or that it might have turned out that they were innocent afterwards, but I did not think that Foley actually gave false evidence because he wanted to frame them. I think he only did it because he was absolutely certain that they were the killers. At least for himself. And Leon probably was too. So like a lot of it pointed to it. They have no alibi, they were there, they had the access to it, they knew how to do it. But I mean, there must have been more than that, right? Just because they were there. So like the piece of evidence that we faked was probably like some wax or some feathers or something like that. Or DNA, whatever. On the scene in the dark room, right? That is probably what he faked. But right now, why would Foley do that? Quite frankly, like why would Foley right now judge those two actors as, yeah, we definitely need to kill them by faking evidence? If they did it, they would have to be connected as well to the next Pandora murder. So he wants to stop the next murder, but yeah, no, quite frankly, right now they are just two people without an alibi. That he wants it so much, that is really corrupt. Then I guess I can see how Foley was completely out of the picture, because if he did fake the evidence just because he thought, oh well, those two, I guess, would make fine victims, it will definitely stop the next Pandora murder, because they are definitely Pandora, but I have just nothing on them. Because like I thought he had stuff on them, but it wasn't enough to connect them to or to connect them to the other Pandora murders. And it wouldn't have been enough to judge them. So that is why I thought, well, I'm sure they were the murders of the other victims as well. I'm sure they are Pandora. I'm sure that they are behind this murder as well. Not because of a lack of an alibi or what they didn't do, but because he had evidence of what they did, just not enough to actually be so conclusive that they could be tied as the Pandora murder, or tried as the Pandora murder. So then he faked evidence that would make them out as the Pandora murders, and that is why they were electrocuted. I thought that is the distinction behind it. I did not think that Foley was just literally a bad person going like, yeah, well, I guess they could as well be the Pandora murders, a murderer, and yeah, I'll just fake some evidence. Like, exactly what would he do if the Pandora murder then continues, as it now does, when he doesn't have any evidence against them other than they don't have an alibi? When he knows that they will be, if he gives that evidence, they will be judged as murderers that are put on the electric chair. No, I thought he had something on them already, but it was not conclusive enough. Forget about it, Hera. Let's get back to the case. Alright. It's good to see Maximilian decided to tell the truth. I suspect the police wouldn't tell us anything. Yes, once again, we're going to have to do this ourselves. Should we talk about the acquaintances of the victim, or would you prefer to go over the previous case? First of all, I would like to investigate this. The sun will shine tomorrow. Don't go out. The rain will soak you wet. What is that? Okay. Yeah, the rehearsal room is the most interesting to me right now. I want to see that. I want to know that. This place hasn't changed at all in the last 6 years. That's what you'd call a recurring nightmare, I guess. If you need to let off some steam about the past. Nah, I'm fine. We must focus on the case. Alright, let's get started then. Actually, this room is quite empty and clean. There are no traces of blood either. What? The police let us in without resistance. I hope they didn't contaminate the crime scene too much. I mean, in the last 6 years, I would hope that someone actually, gave this free so that it could be cleaned. But he was killed at the rehearsal room again, right? This is where the other one got killed as well. What was the dark room about? Ah, fuck. It is just to an god damn it. Just where we store our collection of printing. Have you there 6 years? I'm sorry, I can't remember. Yeah, what happened there 6 years ago then? I thought the other murder was also in the rehearsal room, so both of the murders would have been in the rehearsal room. Remind me to thank Leon for that. I bet it's his doing. Several old-style spotlights. Not sure whether it's to give the place a vintage touch or just to save money. The scenography is really cheap, like those used for school plays. Some theatrical equipment lying around. I guess these angel wings come from here then. What are these? Some jars containing wax? Pandora must have poured those onto the victim's face. And he left them here? That doesn't make any sense. Huh. There's a lot of wax on the floor near the window. Did Pandora pour it onto the victim right by the window? How? Maybe he drugged him? Nah, there are signs of foul play everywhere. He tried to resist him. The wounds on his arm. Well. So the spotlights were running and he resisted. He was with the wax that he wanted to stop from being put onto him, and then before being thrown out of the window, he grabbed onto the spotlight up there, which was hot, so that burned his finger. Fingerprints, they look like 2 thumbs. Maybe the victim tried to resist him and pushed against the wall. It's weird enough that Pandora did not kill him right away, and the idea of him letting the victim resist is just ridiculous. We're definitely missing something. Just like the other murder was also not Pandora. Basically nothing is Pandora, there is no Pandora. The window was smashed by the victim. There's broken glass everywhere. Given the state of the scene, he was thrown out with great violence. We searched everywhere, but couldn't find any answers. Is this are there 2 murders? Am I gonna find a second victim? Was it actually that the game did want to tell me something about 9:30 and 8:30 and did not just mix it up randomly again by making mistakes? But now it was 8:30 and we just remembered wrong, and on 9:30 Pandora is gonna kill his victim. So this was just another one who wanted to frame Pandora. No, that's not going to be the case, but that would also be interesting. Like, if they made something like that up, that would have been interesting. And there is not a single camera in here. Maybe we should ask for the footage of other areas. I highly doubt Pandora was so careless as to show his face. Also, there are security cameras only at the entrance and in some specific spots. I guess the killer knew it well. Regardless, I can't get my head around why Pandora did cut his throat, unlike last time. Oh, didn't cut his throat. Maybe he didn't want to leave any trace of blood. And what about leaving his jars of wax here, possibly with his fingerprints? He's not that stupid. I mean, there is no fingerprints on the jars, come on. Last time he planned everything in a cold and calculated way, setting up a real horror show. This time he acted recklessly and in a hurry, as if he didn't have much time. Actually, I should think back to the crime scene from 6 years ago. The weird thing, though, is that Pandora managed to pour the wax evenly onto the victim's face. At least this tells us he wasn't attacked from behind, and I doubt the victim had been drugged. This place is crawling with bored old people. I'm sure someone would have noticed something like that. Then we have thumbprints on the wall, and the victims had burn sight right under his fingers. He clearly tried to resist by from being thrown out the window during his agony. You think someone might have heard him screaming? Maybe we can find some witnesses. I don't think so. These walls and windows are thick and basically soundproof. They probably heard the screams while he was falling, nothing more. Well, now what? We've hit a dead end. Not exactly. We know the killing method is slightly different from the previous case, and this time they're different. There are no drawings. You're right. We couldn't figure out their meaning back then. Could they be useful this time? Maybe it's too early to tell. What? Find more evidence in the rehearsal room. What were the drawings? I can't picture the drawings precisely. Yeah, okay, nice, okay. Maybe I should ask Hera to help me remember the scene from the past. A mask? Are you serious? Do I look like I'm kidding? I know it sounds crazy, but his ability helped us solve most of the past cases. You know I have complete faith in you, but we can't... Just in time. Is it the police data on those two? I can't believe it. Maybe you were right. Huh? What did they find? The guests who died in the collapse during the play were Peter and Alice Kingston. The parents of that actress. I knew something was going on. Why? Oh, that was what I knew something was going on. Why would she accept to work for the man who had hand in the death of her beloved ones? Think about her desire for revenge, and it doesn't sound that absurd anymore. Wait a moment. Pandora is the killer, and none of the previous victims are connected to Jennifer in any way. That's true, but she didn't act alone. You think the other actor, Robert Harrington, could be Pandora? If so, she might have joined forces with him in order to kill the man she hated. If you remember, we have always thought that Pandora had a partner, and it is very likely that he works with a man, one each time, with a different one each time. This way, he could collect all the information he needed about the victim, increasing his chances of success. That would be wow! Working with a different one each time. That is a huge security risk for Pandora. This makes no sense. I refuse to believe Pandora is such a well-known man. The best place to hide something is in plain sight. You should know that. What I know is that you want to take that monster down at all costs, and your obsession is leading you towards the wrong person. So you know what? You were the one who told us they were suspects. Have you suddenly changed your mind? Leon's got a point, Mordred. Masks and guesses can't be used as evidence. Oh, thank you very much. Yes, that is... You should remember that, Mordred. Because 6 years from now, there are several cases in where you will... Yeah, not have learned that. You're heading down a dangerous path, my friend. We should investigate the rehearsal room first. I'm sure we'll be able to figure something out. As you wish. Assuming Leon gives us the access key and the police don't arrest us. Fine, I'm sending you the codes through AquaOS, along with a map to find the room. Otherwise you would get lost. This place is a real maze. You are sending them just like that? Without any approval of your superiors? Just chill. I know what I'm doing. Now you're talking. There's a shred of courage behind that uniform after all. Try not to screw things up while I'm gone. Huh? You're not coming with us? No. I must verify something first. Call me if you need something, if you find something interesting. Okay, please be careful. Don't worry, I don't plan on getting killed in this cesspool. Oh no. He said the thing. He is definitely gonna get killed in this cesspool. Mordred, you're absolutely sure about the reason why that mask appeared? Aren't you? Trust me, okay? Now let's go. I mean, his psychological profile of himself, or did the psychological profile not come from him? Is that a public thing? Psychological profiles? So this is the rehearsal room. Luckily the police didn't touch anything. It seems they haven't collected all the evidence yet. This could be our chance to frame those two. How can you smile in a place like this? I smile because we are getting closer to the truth. Or maybe I'm just going crazy because it's been so long since I smoked. He actually said that Antero didn't have anything to say against it. I hope you're right. The victim was most likely tied to this chair, given the rope around it. Props of various kinds, mostly useless. One of the costumes has a tag that reads Jennifer. This glass was violently smashed, and it's easy to guess that the victim was already dead when he was thrown out the window. Huh, something got stuck here. A piece of multicolored cloth. I wonder where it comes from. From a costume, to be precise, from Jennifer's one. How do you know? Look at that pile of clothes and you'll understand. The only costume with the same color has the tag with Jennifer's name on it. Bingo. Hold on, that doesn't prove anything. Pandora could have worn it or ripped it to frame her. We'll see. You almost sound like you want her arrested at all costs. Well, just do your detective work, goddammit. Why is there so much wax on the ground? This is probably where Pandora disfigured that poor man. What are these drawings? They look like rough sketches made by a kid. Maybe Pandora left these marks on purpose. A sun, a moon and a hand with some circles below. What the hell? Those lines within the circles must mean something. It looks like a sort of code. Whatever it is, once again the maniac's making a fool of us all. These 3 drawings in wax have been found on the crime scene 6 years ago. They represent a sun, a moon and a hand. The current representation is a reconstruction made by Mordred Foley. Please use the appropriate option to enlarge the image. No blood, and no clue on how he carried the victim up here. We're at a dead end. You're wrong. Now I'm sure those 2 are implicit in this crime. Don't tell me your conclusion is purely based on a piece of cloth and some hypothesis. No, you're forgetting the mask, and my bloody detective sense. This is no game, Mordred. If we are wrong, we'll get 2 innocent people arrested and executed. So they know executed? People can't wait to blame someone for what happened. They wouldn't think twice before killing them. That's good for us. Any shred of evidence should be enough to get this over with. You have changed, Mordred, and not for the better. Since we started to investigate these cases, you have become even colder and more cynical. What happened to the man who wished to realize our dream? He is right in front of you, but there is no way to achieve the dream by following the rules. There's no blood, we don't know how he dragged that guy up here, and the clock's ticking. Do you really believe that we are going to find any hard evidence, or that Pandora would suddenly make the mistake and get caught? The truth is, the only way to win this war is by making a deal with the devil, and you know it. Hera, this is the path which leads to glory, and we are so damn close. We are about to arrest the most wanted man in Nova Polimos ever. See? That is stupid. I mean, I like the setup for it. Yes, totally, I can see it. But Jesus, there needs to be more. She just said it. She just said it. These are hypotheses. Those are theories, and that one cloth piece, literally, how can we frame them? So what are we providing now? We have to provide some hard evidence. So we have to fake some evidence. But he knows he faked it. The only thing that he got is, oh yeah, that mask. That mask is definitely... So he's fully leaning on the mask. And that piece of cloth. Which literally doesn't actually for any detective lead to anything. And if he presents that as piece of evidence, yeah, in the court, this would be thrown around his ears like it. No. What does that prove? Hera is right. What does that prove? He could literally just have been grabbing onto something. Or he could have framed Jennifer. So it would be that he needs to provide some hard evidence that it is Jennifer who rehearsed in this room. So he needs some hard evidence that she is the killer. Or that he is the killer. Which, by that extent, then, how would she work together? Or how would she get executed when he provides hard evidence for him being the killer? He needs to frame them both. He needs to frame them both with something that just doesn't exist, so... Okay, the sun is 20 after 12. This is 10 after 10 is the moon. And 40 past 11 from the hand. So... Nothing else matters now. Maybe you're right. Maybe there's no way around to put an end to this. No, that is not what you would say, Hera. I intend to. I know what you want to do. No need to tell me. I'll always be by your side no matter what. Although what you're about to do makes me sick. Hera, go. I'll try to find something that might help us here. All right. Oh, one more thing before I go, huh? Thank you. Hera would 100% not help in this. She would have let him maybe, but it also really bothers me that there's nowhere else where I can look. Like these are the only places that I've looked. The direct crime scene and the rehearsal room. Nothing else. I find that very weird. No, I find that just very, very weird of the detective. I mean, the plot has to happen somehow, and yes, I do get why he does it here. To stop Pandora, and because it leads to glory, because yes, I mean, he is a piece of shit. But I find it, like, very hard to believe that he just, oh yeah, we will definitely frame 2 people for murders that we know we have no idea how they would have happened. Like, I mean, how is this connected to the other Pandora murders? Wouldn't that be asked in court? What kind of framing device is he actually giving to the court now? What is he thinking about? What kind of evidence that would make sense for them to be judged as Pandora? Like, I guess the hint that I should take is that Hera said, ah, yeah, they are just licking for blood. Like, they would just instantly jump on it. Or whatever she said here. This is no game. If we are wrong, we'll get 2 innocent people arrested and executed to realize that people can't wait to blame someone for what happened. They wouldn't think twice about killing them. So like everyone else also is just crazy and just like, oh yeah, I mean, I guess you can't prove that they are Pandora in any other way other than this one case. And it needs to frame both of the people. And it would have to, do that. Well, how did they actually murder that person then? Like, how did they murder Bassett? How did it go down? Nobody else saw anything. Like, you have just already confirmed that nobody else could give them an alibi, because we just asked those 2 if they have an alibi, and they just have each other. But nobody else saw them walking to the room, going from there, or acting strange in any way. Oh, detective, we meet again. Where's your partner? You mean Robert? Oh, I think he's in our room. What are you asking? You don't suspect him, do you? Okay. The police keep asking to access our room. I hope you don't have anything to do with this. What the? Are you alright? Should I call someone? Mordred, what are you doing here? Where's Hera? In the rehearsal room. She asked me to stay because... We must go back to her. Move. I don't... What? Oh no, you're crying again. Hera, are you alright? Let's stop for now. We've talked long enough about the past. Thank you. You have never dealt with the trauma, have you? How could I? That's what triggered those disastrous events that brought us into this mess. I'm sorry. I've been insensitive. It doesn't matter. Let's just go ahead with the case. We could never figure out the meaning of those drawings. Maybe this time they will come in handy. Maximilian Oath, founder of the island, thinks that his son has been falsely accused. Oh, personal documents. He's wearing angel wings, typically used theater costume. Victim's throat was cut. Murder happened 9:30. The actor hired by Maximilian talked about resentments towards Terry, the victim, due to some alleged cases of corruption. Many of the island's facilities built after its foundation were not compliant to regulation. This caused the column to collapse during a show, which ended up killing 2 residents. Documents. Don't give me one after the other. Just let me read them. Jennifer Kingston is one of the main suspects whose parents were killed in the accident of the collapsed column. Some pieces of her costume have been found next to the window the victim was thrown out. There was no sign of either blood or struggle in the rehearsal room. So, no one has ever figured out how she managed to bring him there. But there might be a hidden path that nobody has ever found. The 3 drawings have been found on the wall made with wax, a sun, a moon, and what is supposed to be the victim's handprint. Right under there are 3 circles with some marks inside. I mean, some clues like the wax drawings can be examined in full screen and used in the inventory. Okay, next I want to see the dark room. I've been interested in visiting the dark room this whole time. This place is... Don't worry, Hera. I understand if you're not ready to be here. No, I'm fine. Okay, is this really a puzzle? Oh, that's actually a pretty cool outfit. What's wrong, miss? Is this room making you uncomfortable? Oh, no. I was hoping to see some paintings. Oh, so you already know the purpose of the dark room? Yes, we have already been here a long time ago, although things have changed quite a lot since then. Actually, I know exactly who you are and what your intentions are. You are kind of a legend around here, you know. I wasn't here at the time, but old people don't have many conversation topics, and they always end up talking about what happened 6 years ago. In fact, I'm so sorry for what happened to you, young lady. No one should experience something like that. Don't worry, it's all in the past now. Rather, I must ask you something important. We have been told that someone working in the dark room was very close to the victim. Were they referring to you by chance? Sadly, yes. I'm Lee Graves, curator of this beautiful room and all the artworks on the island. Where are the paintings? All I see is monitors. The paintings are usually displayed on those monitors, but I temporarily had to turn them off. Oh, I see. So you said you were a close friend of the victim. Do you think you can help us catch the killer? Sure, ask me anything. Lee has an explosive and creative personality. Art is the feather. Blood is the ink. Okay, finally we are actually getting back to the feathers. Remember in the second case where we found the feathers? I thought they were from Dean because he was an animal lover, but Lee has an explosive and creative personality. Despite some obsessive-compulsive behaviors toward his art, he is generally composed and measured and is considered an eccentric and brilliant man. Oh. Lee is a woman. I did not put that together. I did not put that. I have been going by looks again. Welp, foolish me. After being accepted into Nova Polemos' art school thanks to a scholarship, Graves got noticed for his dynamic and original style. After completing his artistic education, he set up multiple installations and organized several exhibitions within Nova Polemos, including one on the island in District 6. Okay. You said that the darkroom has changed a lot compared to 6 years ago. What did you mean? When I became curator, I had interactive columns installed to display the paintings of the whole exhibition. The paintings rotate every 15 minutes, best representing the fickleness of mind, life, and art in general. Oh, it sounds amazing. This way, it's always a surprise for visitors. Exactly. Unlike your partner, you look like an extremely sensitive and charming person. Excuse me. Oh, thank you. Yes, he's a prick. Unfortunately, due to the terrible incident, I had to switch them off and stop the clocks in the room. Let me ask you, do the artworks have a common theme? We generally let our guests choose the theme so that they can fully express how they really feel. In addition to this, there are some works of mine, as well as those of a few external collaborators. You told us enough about that, thank you. Could you focus on the victim and your relationship with him? Andrew was very smart and a gifted painter too. He worked here as a technician, but I always told him he was wasting his talent. Besides, the theater company treated him like a slave, just like they do with anyone playing a minor role. We spent a lot of time together. When he was not working, he was the only person with a soul around here. His works speak for themselves. Oh really? And where can I see his paintings? They are not available at the moment, but as soon as this case is over, I'll dedicate an entire exhibition to him, and I'll make sure to invite you. So you will be able to see firsthand the wonderful artworks of this little angel. Lee seems to be very fond of Andrew. Is there something more than a simple friendship between them? They are artists, so they have to be gay. Thank you for your time. You have been very kind and helpful. It's the least I can do. No one wants to avenge the death of my dear friend more than me. I mean, I do like how they actually lead me askew. You know, with stuff like that. Art is the feather, blood is the ink. With an obsessive-compulsive behavior. I thought like, ooh, maybe I can interpret something into it. But then I would not be any better than Mordred himself. That's how it's looking. Okay. I wish I could be more useful. It's fine, really. You have done a lot for us. Alright, I'll get back to work before the police come here and wreck the entire room. Interactive paintings which rotate periodically. What kind of nonsense is this? So much technology for a bunch of old Jesus. Mordred, stop it. He might hear you. I hear that. Really? Really? We can't make a connection here. Totally 100% can't make a connection. Let's see what is in inner corridor 44. This is actually taking longer than I expected. And that whole switching to the past thing is actually a really nice device for, like, it would be a lot harder to do in a movie than it is in a game, I think. Or it is much more impactful that we see it in a game where we can then also interact in the past, giving us more of a connection to the current case than when we just see it visually. Are you really going to stay in your rooms? These people are exploiting you, and you are doing nothing about it. Oh great, just what we needed, a screaming madman. He is certainly not the kind of guest I'd expect to find here. Huh, who are you? Oh, hello. We are Hera Kiris and Mordred Foley. We are detectives and... Great, 2 more slaves of the system. From the frying pan into the fire. We should have ignored him. How dare you? At least have some decency to introduce yourself now. Well, I'm Luke Benton, and I consider myself a political prisoner, so I have all the rights to be in a terrible mood. Yeah, at least that makes sense. Every explosion originates from a spark. Oh, he's 43. Look, he is 29. We are 45. He is 43. We really look old and grisly. Luke is ill-tempered and extremely combative. Combative? Not combative? Combative. With marked out political views and a taste for rebellion. His aggressive ways made him attractive to some extremist groups and a dangerous individual overall. He graduated from law school in Benton and he pursued a career as a union representative, though leaving it after only 2 years for unknown reasons. He then became a political writer, which made him a hindrance in the eyes of the Black Bands. How would the Black Bands actually allow unions to exist? In a completely state-controlled... I mean, this unionizing can't be in the best interest of a government that wants to have everything under control, right? A political prisoner? What are you talking about? I mean, you literally said that this is a concentration camp where they are killing the old, so... Or maybe Leon said it to you, but you should know it in any case. 2 more citizens living under a rock while the world falls apart around them. I'm here because of the Black Bands, of course, those filthy fascists. What? The Black Bands locked you up in here? Why else would someone like me be in this place? Clearly people are not aware of what is happening to the city. What do you mean? I can give you a quick okay, whatever. I guess they wouldn't necessarily do it like in China where they just, with the baton and just beat him down until he actually shuts up and follows orders. Because the others around here would see it, and they are, after all, free and willing to be here, more or less. Because they were advised, or because they were brought here because of reasons that they could understand, like, you are homeless, or you don't have an heir, you are not good for anything anymore. So maybe in order to keep the others in check, they are not treating him harsh either, even though he is a nuisance and a political prisoner, as he says. But maybe he just can't rile other people up, so it's the lesser evil to deal with him on a daily basis than to show the other prisoners that they really are in a concentration camp. I can give you a quick overview of the situation if you wish. Maybe you'll see the monsters for what they are, what they really are. We shouldn't waste our time with those people, Hera. The clock's ticking and we must find Pandora at all cost. I'm quite sure that whatever happened to that poor man is related to what you don't want to hear from me. Huh? And how? Huh? And how? I'll be glad to explain. Where should I start? How is that possible that the Black Bands can transfer politically inconvenient people to those facilities just like that? Such a crime cannot remain unnoticed. Oh, actually, it's quite simple. By manipulating the message, even the worst of the savageries may sound acceptable. They just said that I was hired within the facility as a tutor for guests that would help and educate them for free. My case is specific, but the same thing happened to builders, electricians and other laborers. People hired and forced to live on the island, constantly supervised by armed guards paid by the Black Bands. A brilliant plan to put us all in jail with no bars. And I'm afraid this is only the beginning. Why would you say that? Because gathering every political dissident and inconvenient people in a single place would lead to an uprising. And at that point, they would have a good reason to attack them publicly. Baker's death was the fuse that ignited the streets, and the passion, which we still haven't really seen happening, other than one act of vandalism in form of some sprayed wall or monitor. So, yeah, ignited the streets. So far, the people have only been bombed by terrorists and murdered by androids. Now all they need is a spark to unleash untold violence on us. But I guess, as a scenario, it makes sense. That definitely would happen, right? I mean, in China, you don't have to ask twice. Are there Uyghurs in the internment camps for political reasons? Heck yeah. So, oh no, they are, re-educating them, and they are there to. It is education for them to get good jobs and be part of the society, and they have the freedom to be there, but you can't go in there to verify that. And obviously we need this place highly guarded. So yes, also when there's an uprising, yeah, you just shoot them over. I mean, you don't have to question that twice. Does that happen in China still? So, I mean, as a scenario, it absolutely makes sense to put political prisoners in here. And yeah, I mean, you don't have to outright kill them. You can force them to free labor in here. Like I said, apparently he is not as much of a problem because he can't get away from the island. He doesn't have a voice that can be heard outside. He's not like Navalny being imprisoned or something. So nobody heard from him again. And I guess since they can manipulate, like apparently all data is just digital at this point, since they can manipulate the Aqua OS, since Hephaestus Tech has, the relationship ties with politicians and the black bands. I guess you can fake someone's death, or that they, that they were arrested for reasons, or in this case, what did he say? That he was hired as a worker there. If they want to spark outrage, that other people would then go, oh, but he would have never done that. I guess you could incite violence on the street and then use that as a reason to be violent yourself. Yeah, that I do judge that it is a little bit far-fetched that it would work this easily. But we do have to say, this is an independent city. Maybe for them, I have no idea how media outlets work on the island or, on here. Maybe there would be no big media outcry about people just vanishing. Or in Hong Kong, when people were vanishing from Hong Kong, being extracted to China, people knew about that. People knew that you had to be careful with it. But yeah, you can't really prove much. Or those people come back going like, oh no, China best country. Woo! I'm living in China for 10 years now because that's the best country. Suddenly. When beforehand they have been openly critiquing it. Yeah, no, I would judge that, yes, something like that can definitely happen. Spark to unleash untold violence on us. So why are you going around screaming like crazy? Because I'm trying to convince these wretches to support me. Altogether we might be able to change things. What a bunch of unrealistic utopias. This is just a pipe dream if you ask me. Yet we saw things with our own eyes, Mordred. The raids in Talon Square, hate speech on television, and now this. I figured the new leader of the Black Bands, that Loveless, was a terrible person. But I didn't think he would take it that far. So I like how Mordred is just... There's an asshole option to go with. But I'm going with my own. I'm not following the political directive here. I'm just saying you are stupid. Even if you're right, you're wrong. Because you are young and you are loud and I don't like that, so... Just like Mordred is searching for, I need to find an asshole option. But it needs to be independent from everyone else. I need to be an asshole for personal reason. Against people I have nothing against. He's just carrying out the plans designed by his predecessors. And I'm not just referring to myself and my comrades, but also those poor old people forced to leave their houses. Things got even worse for them, and now they might be thrown into the street at any time. What are you talking about? This island was meant to give shelter to homeless people. Sure, as long as they are independent and able to work. What if they get really sick, though? I guess the state provides medical attention and support, right? If you think I'm a misguided idealist, the truth is, if no relatives are able to cover the cost, the whole family will be forced to leave the island. Wait, they leave? Where do they leave to? And since the government owns the properties, they will have to live on the street. This is simply ridiculous. And no one's doing a thing to stop it? We are talking about sick and useless old people, often with no family, who are nothing but a burden to society. Okay. In short, an enemy to be shredded in the machine called Progress. This has been going on for months, and yet, but like, what are you doing with those people then? They are just dying. That's what you tell me. They are just dying, and they are dying in the streets. And the people of Nova Polimus just go like, yeah, our government has it under control. Our system is working. See, they cleaned him up so fast. They cleaned up the body after like 15 minutes. Nobody asked those people what kind of journey they had, or nobody else provides medical attention to them. Nobody else is even questioning, okay, why are there so many old people in the street who are homeless? And the government is just like, I do nothing about that. I just wait until they drop dead. Literally. That is too far-fetched. Although I mean, it's a fantasy, so yeah. And yet you have only just found out. Ask yourself why. I'd better remember this. It may be useful for the investigation. Thank you, Mordred. Okay. Yeah, no, I thought you would give me an answer. Ask yourself why. Yeah. In short, the enemy is shredded by the machine called Progress. This may be going on for a month, and yet you have only just found out. Ask yourself why. Yeah. Why? Why are people not seeing those? Why? It's like as if the game ran into the same thought and was like, that doesn't make much sense, right? Well, you figure it out, player. You said before that the Black Bands and this murder might have a connection. Can you tell us more? If Pandora decided to kill him here, he probably acted for political purposes. A politically motivated murder? Are you for real? Pandora is a living nightmare for Nova Polemos. Nothing's better than one of his grand gestures to draw the public attention to something or someone. When people hear about the murder on the island, they will have to face reality. You almost make him look like a hero. Are you kidding? Pandora is just a killer, but we cannot deny that he is trying to sabotage the Black Bands. I've been thinking about that, yes. Just think about Treasury Park and what happened to Baker. We cannot exclude that he is the one who shot him. I'm not sure Pandora would go that far. He's a psycho, not some idealist revolutionary. Oh well, but yeah. Whatever the reason, it is now certain that the Black Bands and those around them are the first to want him dead. And how is this supposed to help us with the case? You're the detective here, am I wrong? I have told you all you need to know. I hope I know nothing else. I hope you understand why our future is not so bright. Especially for someone like you, miss. Yeah, he can tell. Now if you'll excuse me, I have an important meeting. I hope I'm still alive to see you again when this is all going to be over. Yeah, see, I would have also thought there would be much more discreet killing going on. It's a concentration camp after all. Deportations, beatings, people confined in ghettos. Why is this happening? How can people harbor so much hatred towards the weak? The truth is, this city has always been drowning in hatred. Ah, you said the word. The massacres, the sorrow, and the injustices of the past. Living in this sewer pit of a town is getting harder and harder, and in order to settle the crowd, they need a common enemy, someone weak and helpless. History repeats itself and the Black Bands just added fuel to the fire. And we allowed this to happen. This is just our fault. Wait, this is our fault? No, Hera, don't say that. They're living 999,998 other people on this island. This is just the consequence of a hate campaign that has been running for years and years. How long before these episodes of violence become common and tolerated? How long before I'll be scared to walk the streets alone? I mean, shouldn't you already be? As I said, we'll be gone, and we'll be long gone before there's any chance of that. I'm afraid it's already too late. I still have my smokes here. Since it has been so long ago since we played the first act, and in the beginning we did smoke one cigarette, but ever since then I've just been ignoring this. I wonder if there would have been any significance to that. She emigrated from Greece, her native country, at the age of 5. Closing of the borders which caused the death of thousands of refugees. Oh, can I? Why am I here? I wanted it too. I got a dip. Sorry, I'm just... Wrong door. Wrong door in my mind palace. Okay. Last location. The apartment. For a citizen, there's nothing more humiliating than being unemployed. Uh, okay, I'll say nothing about that. The atmosphere of this place gives me the creeps. Oh, look, Daryl, we have guests. Shall I make some coffee? Oh, don't bother, madam. We appreciate your hospitality, though. Well, I'm Mary Hope, and this is my husband, Daryl. Forgive him, he hasn't been much of a talker lately. Eh? To what do we owe your visit? Wait a minute. Mary Hope. Mary is a calm and caring woman, God-fearing and respectful of society's rules. Time erases every virtue. She is fond of her husband, and despite her age, she is very rational and insightful. She is very rational, but God-fearing and respectful of society's rules. Hope once was corporate manager of one of the biggest food companies in Novopolemos, which she was forced to shut down after a scandal involving some pathogens found in products in 2045. After being dismissed, she had to live off her husband and eventually moved to the island a few years later. The glory of awakening makes up for the fall. Daryl is incredibly calm and caring, and despite being married for more than 50 years, he loves his wife unconditionally. Former professor at Novopolemos University, Daryl became famous thanks to his studies about shaping society through contemporary art. He got married when he was 19. The couple has never been able to have a baby. Due to some mental and physical problems, they recently have been transferred to the islands. Okay. My name is Mordred and this is Hera. We are private detectives currently working on the Pandora case. Nice to meet you, madam. The pleasure is mine. Sorry to bother you, but we would like to ask you something about Andrew Genesi. Andrew? Alright, but please be gentle with my poor Daryl. Don't worry, madam. We'll do our best to respect both of you. Still, his looks is like that's not an old man, right? Nah, that's something is wrong here. This might be an uncomfortable question, but I need to know the truth. Oh, please, ask away. We came to know what it's like for people with diseases or a handicap here on the island. And I guess this is affecting you as well. Mordred, what's wrong with you? This is not the appropriate thing to say. No, the detective is right. My husband's conditions are critical and we'll be forced to leave soon. Sadly, I can't work and take care of him at the same time, so I'm afraid we'll end up wandering the streets. I just hope someone gives us hospitality. Like, literally, he is a renowned artist and she had a food company. And they are just wandering the streets and nobody's going like, They're not even immigrants. They are not even immigrants. Yeah, see, like with this, he's looking more like an old person. But yeah, I just hope someone gives us hospitality once we lose everything. I really would like to help you, madam. I appreciate your concern, darling. This has nothing to do with Andrew's murder, hasn't it? Huh? No. Why are you asking this? Because I have the feeling that your situation might be the cause of the victim's hatred against the managers of the island. Did he have hatred? But something went wrong and he was killed before being able to have his revenge. What? That's not true. Andrew knew nothing about this. He was simply trying to help us. Mordred, stop, you're crossing the line. A mask as I thought. At least now we know where to start. I'm sorry, madame, I didn't mean to upset you. Well, it's a little too late for that. Well then, let's poke in the same hole. Oh, that poor thing, what happened to him is really awful. After his death, my dear Daryl has almost stopped speaking. Wasn't the death like 5 minutes ago? He's broken and he seems lost in his own world. Were they close? Andrew really looked up to my husband. He considered him a role model for his artistic achievements. That's why Maximilian told me to come here. Did you know Andrew was an emerging artist? Yeah, we heard something like that. I wonder if that changes because we talked with the artist dude in the gallery or in the darkroom. He used to show all of his work to Daryl. He was the only joy we had. I'm so sorry for your loss. May his soul finally find peace in the afterlife. Did he have any enemies you know of? Or perhaps, did he ever mention someone looking like Pandora? Talking about his revenge now would drive them crazy. Oh, not at all. He had some disagreements with his employers. He was complaining about salary and he got a bit harassed at work. But he was not the kind of person who would end up doing something silly like youngsters these days. Isn't that so, dear? So our friend worked as a technician in the theater, but also had a talent for painting. How long have you been living on the island? More than 7 years. We both failed the Patterson test and they forced us to come here. So you were already here when the previous murder took place? Unfortunately, yes. Now that I think about it, this man has a familiar face, but I can't recall where I could have met him. Here. So, you experienced firsthand the radical change carried out by Maximilian Oath as well. Speaking of him, are you aware of anyone that could have a reason to hold a grudge against him? Why do you ask? Because we are dealing with the same killer from 6 years ago. Actually, not. And I'm sure that Mr. O's recent behavior is connected to Andrew's death. Well, no, obviously. Everyone respects the director here. He is the one that allows us to live peacefully after all. And I don't know what change you are talking about. They installed some cameras, that's all. The tragedy has changed him, but who wouldn't suffer after the loss of your own child? A mask. Is she afraid to speak openly to us? Is Maximilian threatening them? Or is there something more? Alright, I think we've bothered you long enough. Thank you. I'm sure your contribution will be very useful to the investigation. You're welcome. No problem at all. Maximilian sent us here because he knew they had something to do with the murder and the mask proves it. I don't have any real evidence to expose her right now, but she definitely has something to hide. As usual, the situation is getting worse by the second. Don't go any further, son. Only those who deserve to spend their life in darkness may enter the room. The fox. The fox eats her cub only to survive, not out of selfishness. Oh, don't mind him. My poor husband happens to rave sometimes, nothing to worry about. Alright, madam. We'll come by again, in case we need your help. Oh sure, good luck, detectives. They are looking for us in the waiting room. Any news from Leon? I don't want to spoil the surprise. Just one thing before we go, Mordred. Huh? Your behavior with those old people was obnoxious, to say the least. You knew about the situation and you humiliated them anyway. I mean, we are just asking the questions. I mean, how do we humiliate them? They must be mad as well, right? Oh yeah, you're just throwing us out because we have those mental health or we have those health issues. So you're just throwing us out on the street. We literally know that already. No, that humiliates them less than us asking about it. I don't know, but okay. I do get that. Yeah, like I mean, it is highly uncomfortable for, like, especially in a society like that where we just read the worst crime someone could do is being unemployed. So just living on the street and homeless, yes, I guess that is a sentiment then that I can see. It is humiliating. They are ashamed of that, yes, even though it is not their fault. But society makes up its own monsters, so yeah. I only did it to see whether they were lying or not. And as it happens, a mask actually did pop up on that woman's face. There were more noble and appropriate ways to lead the interrogation, and you know it. Or maybe you suspect them. A man in a wheelchair and a woman who is barely able to walk. Are they the real danger? Hera. Shut up. I mean, okay, like in this, I said I want to actually be not role playing, but to be relatively close to what I think their vision of Mordred was. And Mordred has been nothing else than he was 6 years ago. So the end justifies the means is absolutely what he would say. I think agreeing with her would be a self-insert on my part. To just say, oh yeah, that's bad. But quite frankly, I think agree with her would also be, are they the real danger? And I'm like, yeah, because I suspect them of being involved in the murders. So yeah. But okay, now the end justifies the means. Do you really think that we'll stop Pandora by doing everything by the book and showing respect to anyone we meet? All these people we question are clearly involved somehow, and we'll never get the truth out of them if we play nice. I understand. Just make sure you don't make the same mistake from 6 years ago. Oh well, that is a very light reaction. I thought she would be storming off and going like, oh, you have learned nothing. Because this time, it's going to take its toll. Yeah, because the last 6 years of like, oh my god, we have been so tormented by, that didn't take its toll. Okay, so whatever awaits us down there, Mordred clearly wants to keep it a surprise. So I'm gonna say, yep. I want you to be surprised. This actually took way longer, or will take way longer than I expected. Although I guess we'll slowly unravel this tomorrow. But yeah, that was dry drowning for tonight because I do want to have a voice tomorrow. It will take. I mean, good thing that I did actually not get to play Monster Hunter Rise, because if I did, we would have never finished this. I would have just expected, yeah, we can just play this for 2 hours here, and now it has already been over 10 hours. So yeah. Yep, no, definitely we'll stream this tomorrow, and I'm guessing that tomorrow this can also still fill basically a full stream, or at least 3 hours. So whatever surprise Leon has for us to lead us to lead us into probably, hopefully, maybe the final rows of the game, so that we can solve all of this. We'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow. I can promise you that much, surely. And why is my hair sticking out like that? And yeah, tomorrow same time, I guess. Nah, it should be a little bit earlier. Maybe I'm gonna stream something else. Maybe we are gonna start Wintermore's Tactics Club, because actually, let me look on Discord. Still, I posted the straw poll yesterday, and I'm still the only vote. So I'm guessing I'm just gonna pick my choices. And yeah, Wintermore's Tactics Club would be my number one choice. We had Synergia or A Light in the Dark, or Whispers of the Machine. And all of those I would just... Well, Synergia would be more like a Valhalla-themed game. A Light in the Dark and Whispers of the Machine would be a replacement for this one. And Masquerada probably will now take too long, just as Monsters Sanctuary. Which Monster Sanctuary I would think is also maybe not the best streaming game. That would probably be something for myself. But yeah, maybe we are gonna then tomorrow start with Wintermore Tactics Club, and then go to Dry Drowning, the ending, later on, so that I'm gonna start a little bit sooner. But yeah, 4.5 hours and my voice is already shit. Actually, not even 4.5 hours. Literally just 4 hours, because I had a longer intro this time. Anyways, thank you for hanging out. Luna, I think, was only here for... Yeah, Luna was here for one message. But yeah, Ghost, thank you very much. Was very nice to talk with you again. Have fun if I don't catch you on your VTMB run. And yeah, Kissy and whoever else is here. So yeah, thank you very much for hanging out. It was actually, like, for the most part, I was pretty okay. No, today was actually Dry Drowning made a lot of sense. That is confusing to me, but I have nothing against it. So yeah, good job. It was fun streaming this. I mean, it always was. Like, it's always interesting, but maybe not the most fully logically sound, at least to how I judge it, the other times. But today, it made a lot of sense. The main hook that evolves around, that was probably the weakest part, that he just condemned 2 people to the electric chair. And, like, literally everyone else just going crazy and just like, oh yeah, that evidence that you have presented totally makes sense, when actually, no, nothing makes sense. You just fingated the case, and that one piece of evidence that you have that connects them. But I mean, there must be something else that happened in the past, and we will find that out tomorrow as well, because of whatever happened to Hera, that she was so upset about and had a trauma from. So yeah, that, and yeah, no, that is probably gonna be the plan for tomorrow. Wintermore's first, we'll start a little bit sooner, and then hopefully maybe like 2 or 3 hours. I said like 5 hours are left of this probably, but I can already tell that it's not gonna be 5 hours. So, and I do have Cat President still. Cat President also sounds like a maybe. Maybe after we finish Dry Drowning, we'll just start Cat President, because that definitely I would judge as a game that I can probably finish in like 6, 7, 8 hours, right? Right? Probably, possibly. Anyways, have fun. See you around. Take care. Bye bye.